Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm a lifeguard at an indoor pool. The reflection in the water isn't mine. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that looked wrong was my whistle. Not the sound of it, not the way it hung from the red lanyard against my chest. The whistle itself was fine, scratched along the mouthpiece from years of being bitten by people who should have known better. What was wrong was that I could see it lying at the bottom of lane 4. It rested there on the blue tile line, silver and still, as if someone had dropped it into 12 feet of water and walked away. I touched the whistle around my neck with 2 fingers, felt the cold metal and the ridged plastic P inside it, and watched its twin shimmer under the fluorescent lights, warped by the ripples from the filtration jets. For about 3 seconds, I did what everybody does when a thing makes no sense. I tried to make it normal. A gum wrapper, a pull tab, a glare from the overhead panel. Maybe a kid had dropped one of those cheap toy whistles from the vending machine by the lockers. Maybe I was overtired, which was not impossible, because it was 8:46 on a Tuesday night in late February, and the Park District Indoor Aquatic Center in Erie, Pennsylvania, had the kind of damp heat that made your thoughts feel steamed. Then the object at the bottom of the pool turned slightly, not floated, not drifted, turned, like somebody below the water had nudged it with 1 finger. My name is Mara Keene, 28, female, and I had been a lifeguard long enough to hate when people said lifeguarding was just sitting in a chair and getting a tan. At an indoor pool in Erie, there was no tan. There was chlorine in your hair, cracked knuckles from winter air, a permanent squeak of rubber soles on wet tile, and the knowledge that a normal Tuesday could go wrong in the time it took a 6-year-old to inhale water instead of air. I was good at the job, mostly because I worried ahead of schedule. That was also my private problem. I saw accidents before they happened, which made me useful on deck and unbearable everywhere else. I counted heads at barbecues. I checked exits at restaurants. If somebody I loved took too long to text back, I imagined the ambulance route before I imagined a dead phone battery. My mother called it being alert. My ex called it living like the ceiling S about to cave in. Both were probably right. That night, the aquatic center was in its usual closing hour mood. The main pool held 6 lap swimmers, all adults, all stubborn in the specific way people get when they have paid for a monthly pass and intend to use every minute of it. The kids' splash zone had been drained for maintenance, leaving behind bright plastic buckets and animal sprayers that looked embarrassed without water. Somewhere behind the cinder block wall, the pump room made its constant industrial rumble, a deep mechanical throat, clearing that you stopped hearing until it changed. It had not changed. That was one reason I didn't blow the whistle. Another reason was that I still could not admit I was seeing what I was seeing. Mara, The voice came from the first aid station behind me. Jules Ramirez, 32, female, was our shift supervisor that evening, though everyone at the center called her Jules, like she was someone's relaxed older cousin, and not the person who could make grown men climb out of the pool with one raised eyebrow. She had a compact build, dark hair twisted into a tight bun, and a habit of writing incident reports so detailed they made you feel guilty for having skin. She had been an EMT before tearing something in her shoulder during a stair carry, and she carried that old emergency room come around like a second uniform. She was holding a clipboard and a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour earlier. "You okay up there?" I had one foot on the guard stand ladder, one foot still on the tile. The chair rose only 5 feet, but from that height, you could see the whole pool bottom, every lane stripe and hair tie and stray band-aid. Especially stray band-aids. We had a long-handled skimmer net named Gary because someone had taped a label to it in 2019, and nobody had ever removed it. "I think there's something in lane 4, I said. Jules looked over the top of the clipboard. Something sharp, not sure. That got her moving. Sharp objects in pools were boring until they were not. A broken hair clip could slice a foot open. A dropped earring back could disappear into a filter intake. A piece of glass could end a swim season and start 3 lawsuits. She crossed the deck with that careful lifeguard walk, quick, but not hurried, avoiding puddles without looking at them. I pointed. There. Lane 4 belonged to one of our regulars, Mr. Pell, who was grinding through slow breaststroke like he was personally angry at the water. He was 71, male, retired from the paper mill, and wore prescription goggles with thick black straps that made him look permanently suspicious. Every Tuesday and Thursday, he swam exactly 32 lengths, showered for exactly 11 minutes, and complained that the water was colder than last week even when it was not. Jules waited until he reached the wall. "Tom," she called, "hold up for a second." Mr. Pell surfaced with a grunt and pushed his goggles up onto his forehead. "I've got 4 laps left, and I've got possible debris in your lane." He squinted down. "Where?" "At the deep end." "I didn't drop anything." "I didn't say you did." I liked that about Jules. She could remove accusation from a sentence without removing authority. Mr. Pell huffed, but he moved under the lane rope into lane 3, muttering something about people leaving junk everywhere. His voice bounced off the high ceiling and got swallowed by the wet, hollow space. Jules took Gary from the wall hooks and extended the pole. The skimmer net trembled slightly in her hands as she lowered it into lane 4. The surface broke around the aluminum pole with soft clicks. I climbed fully into the guard chair, partly because it gave me a better angle, and partly because my legs wanted a job. The whistle-shaped object was still there. Now that I was looking down from above, I could see it was not my whistle. Not exactly. It was longer, darker, maybe just a shadow caught under a ripple. The lane stripe below it made it seem to pulse as the water moved. Jules dragged the net across the bottom. The mesh passed over the object. Nothing went in. She frowned and pulled the net up. Empty. "Where did it go?" I asked. "It was a shadow," she said. She didn't sound convinced. I looked at the water again and the object was gone. Lane 4 showed only the blue line and a tiny gray wad near the gutter that turned out to be a clump of lint when Jules scooped it. "Reflection from the overhead," she said. "Maybe." Above us, the fluorescent panels hummed in staggered rows. 3 had been replaced last week with brighter LEDs, so the ceiling looked uneven, old yellow light next to sterile white. The new lights made the water too clear and too hard at the same time, with bright rectangular shapes trembling over the surface. It was the kind of visual mess where your eyes could invent a lot. That explanation should have settled me. It almost did. Then Eli came out of the men's locker room with a mop bucket, and the normal world rushed back in. Eli Marks, 19 male, was our newest closing attendant. A community college student with red hair he kept hidden under a knit beanie even indoors. He was tall in a loose, unfinished way, all wrists and elbows, and he had the anxious politeness of someone still deciding whether adults were traps. His job was wiping benches, checking showers, and gathering abandoned goggles from places people absolutely knew they had abandoned them. He steered the yellow bucket around a wet floor sign and said, "Locker room's clear, except someone left a shampoo bottle that smells like baked apples and regret." "Brand name?" Jules asked, still watching the pool. "Probably regret." Mr. Pell snorted from lane 3 despite himself. Across the shallow end, another swimmer paused at the wall and pulled out one earbud. That was Nadine Wallace, 46, female, a middle school art teacher from Mill Creek who came in after evening classes because she said swimming was the only thing that kept her from yelling into traffic. She had broad shoulders, purple swim cap, and the weary kindness of a person who had spent all day telling children not to glue things to other children. "Is something broken?" she asked. "No," Jules said, "just checking debris." Nadine looked toward lane 4, then at me. "Everything okay?" I nodded too quickly. "All good." The words came out in my customer service voice. Bright, empty, the voice you use when a toddler has slipped on the deck, and everyone nearby needs to believe you are not worried before you know whether you are worried. Nadine accepted it mostly. She pushed off again and slid under the broken reflections of the ceiling lights. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. That should matter. Stories make it sound like once the wrong thing appears, the night snaps into shape around it. In real life, the heater keeps blowing warm air from the ceiling vents. The schedule remains taped to the wall. Somebody asks whether the lost and found has a black swim cap. A man in lane 2 coughs water, pounds his chest twice, and goes back to freestyle. Your supervisor makes a note about checking the lights. The strange thing has to wait its turn behind closing duties. I scanned the pool, counted heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The numbers lined up. The swimmers moved normally. The water made small slap sounds against the gutters. The smell of chlorine sat thick in my nose, layered with damp concrete, old coffee, and the rubbery sweetness of the kickboards stacked by the office door. Still, I kept touching my whistle. At 8:58, Jules gave the 2-minute warning. Her whistle blast cut through the pool noise, sharp enough to make Eli flinch and nearly tipped the mop bucket. "Pool closes in 2 minutes," she called. "Finish your lap and head to showers." Groans rose from the regulars because regulars believed posted hours were more like suggestions with plumbing. Mr. Pell touched the wall at the deep end and glanced up at the clock. "That clock runs fast. That clock runs the same speed every Tuesday, Tom," Jules said. "It's fast every Tuesday." He said it with enough dignity that I almost laughed. I climbed down from the stand and moved along the deck as swimmers finished and grabbed towels. Closing was choreographed. Lane ropes loosened, rescue tubes wiped, chemical log checked, doors locked from the lobby side, showers cleared, pool vacuum scheduled if needed. Ordinary steps, ordinary night. Eli dragged the mop near the shallow steps, humming under his breath. Jules went into the office to print the nightly attendance sheet. I stayed by the deep end, looking at Lane 4 even though there was nothing to see. That was when Caleb Voss stepped onto the deck. Caleb Voss, 35 male, was the facility maintenance manager. Though facility made the place sound larger and cleaner than it was. Caleb had a shaved head, a brown beard trimmed close, and the heavy keys of every locked door in the building clipped to his belt. He had worked pools since high school and trusted machines more than people, because machines at least failed according to rules. He also hated being called after 9 p.m., which meant he hated most of us by habit. He wore work boots and a gray hoodie darkened at the cuffs. "Jules said we've got phantom trash," he asked. I glanced toward the office. "She called you," she texted. Said Lane 4 had a visual issue. He stepped closer to the water and peered down. "That means phantom trash until proven expensive." "It looked like a whistle," I said. Caleb looked at the one around my neck. "Yours." "No." He crouched and tapped 2 fingers against the wet tile. "Lights are making everything look weird since Parks bought the cheap LEDs. I told them you can't mix color temperatures over water." He said this with the bitterness of a man personally wronged by procurement. "Could a reflection look like something sitting on the bottom?" I asked. "Sure, if the angle's ugly enough." He stood, scanning the ceiling panels. "Or if there's air in the return line, or if the surface is chopping weird, or if you're tired." That last one was not rude, not from Caleb. It was just another possible mechanical cause. "I'm tired," I said, "not hallucinating." He nodded once. Then we check. Jules returned from the office with her clipboard tucked under one arm. "I didn't ask for a whole investigation. You texted me possible object appeared and disappeared," Caleb said. "That's either nothing or paperwork. I prefer nothing." Eli had stopped mopping. "Appeared and disappeared. Keep mopping," Jules told him. He kept mopping in one place, which did not count. By then, the last swimmers had left the water. Nadine wrapped herself in a towel and paused near the exit to the women's locker room. "You need us out?" she asked. "Showers are fine," Jules said. "We're just checking the deep end." Nadine's eyes moved from Jules to Caleb to me. Teachers notice triangles. They notice when adults are pretending not to worry. "Okay," she said. "I'll be quick." Mr. Pell was the last to climb the ladder. He took forever, one stiff knee at a time, and when I offered a hand, he gave me a look like I had offered to carry him like a bride. "I'm old, not decorative," he said. Didn't say either. He sat on the bench and peeled off his goggles. The skin around his eyes stayed pale where the rubber had pressed. "You see something down there?" he asked quietly. I hesitated. Maybe. He dried his face with a towel. "Sometimes the water shows you things crooked." Caleb gave a short laugh. "That's poetic for you, Tom. My wife used to say it." Mr. Pell's mouth tightened, and for a second he was somewhere else. She hated indoor pools, said all the sounds came back wrong. No one had a ready answer for that. The pump room rumbled. A drain cover clicked somewhere below the surface. One of the overhead LEDs flickered, not off, just dimmer and back again. The water brightened and darkened in a rectangular patch near lane 4. Then I saw myself. At least, I thought I did. My reflection leaned over the deep end from the deck, dark hair tied back, red rescue tube strap crossing my chest, one hand near the whistle. The shape wavered with the water. Normal. Except I was standing 3 feet back from the edge. My reflection was at the lip of the pool. It bent forward as if looking down. I stopped breathing through my nose. The chlorine sting sharpened. "Mara," Jules said. I took one step forward. My reflection did not step. It stayed there, head tilted toward the water. Then the LED flickered again, and the image broke apart into ceiling panels and lane stripes. I felt suddenly foolish and furious at the same time. "There," I said. My voice sounded flat. "That's what I mean." Caleb moved to where I pointed. Where? It was like my reflection, but wrong. Eli whispered, "Nope." Jules looked at him. "Helpful. I'm just saying. That's not a sentence I enjoy hearing in a closed building." Caleb rubbed his beard and stared into the pool with practical dislike. "Could be the glass." "What glass?" I asked. He pointed upward. High on the wall above the deep end, behind a protective metal grate, was the observation window from the old party room. Years ago, parents could rent it for birthdays and watch kids swim from behind thick glass. Now it was storage. The window was mostly hidden by stacked foam mats and folded tables, but some of the glass remained exposed. "If that room light is on," Caleb said, "and the deck lights hit at the right angle, you can get a ghost image on the water. Not ghost, reflection ghost." "Party rooms locked," Jules said. "Supposed to be." We all looked toward the hallway door that led to the back stairs. That was the moment the night narrowed. Not because anything jumped out, because there was a reasonable explanation, and the reasonable explanation required one of us to walk away from the bright pool deck and into the older part of the building where the storage rooms were colder, darker, and full of things nobody had inventoried since 2008. Jules checked the clock. 9:07. "We clear the locker rooms first," she said. "Then we check the party room together." Caleb lifted his key ring. "I can go now." "No," Jules said, sharper than needed. Softer. "No one goes alone." Mr. Pell, still seated, looked from one face to another. "You want me to stay?" I almost said no automatically. He was 71. He had a bad knee. He was a patron, not staff. But the building felt too big all at once, and the pool behind us kept moving, though no one was in it. Jules made the decision before I had to. "Tom, finish changing and head out through the lobby," she said. "Nadine too." "Eli, check that both locker rooms are empty, doors propped." "Caleb, get the party room keys." "Mara, I'm staying on deck. She studied me. She knew I wanted the widest view because I hated being surprised. She also knew that sometimes my alertness curdled into panic if nobody gave it a task. Stay on deck, she said. Count everyone out. Then we decide whether we shut down and call it in as a maintenance issue, or we go upstairs and prove Caleb's cheap light theory. The choice sat there, small and practical. Close the building and report a weird reflection as a lighting problem, which would sound ridiculous by morning. Or check the old party room before leaving, while the lights still hummed and the water still held whatever shapes it wanted. I looked down into lane 4. For 1 second, the surface smoothed between ripples, and I saw only myself this time, tired eyes, damp collar, whistle at my chest. Then something pale moved behind my shoulder in the reflection. I turned fast. The deck behind me was empty. From the women's locker room, Nadine called, "Hello. Is somebody still out there?" No one answered right away. Jules picked up the first aid radio from the counter. Caleb's keys jingled in his hand. Eli stood frozen, with the mop handle pressed to his chest like it might keep him upright. And I realized the choice had already been made for us. We were going upstairs. The first rule after closing was that nobody moved fast unless somebody was drowning. Jules had drilled that into every new hire because wet tile loved panic. Panic made people slip, and slips made paperwork. And paperwork made Jules stare at you over her reading glasses like you had personally betrayed municipal recreation. But when Nadine called from the women's locker room, "Hello, is somebody still out there?" Every one of us moved too fast. Eli's sneakers squealed. Caleb's keys slapped against his thigh. Jules cut across the deck with the radio in her hand, her other palm held out like she could physically slow the rest of us down. "Walk," she snapped. We walked. Barely. Nadine appeared in the locker room doorway wrapped in her towel, purple cap still on her head, goggles hanging from one hand. She had one bare foot on the deck and one still inside, and the way she kept looking back over her shoulder made my jaw tighten. "What happened?" Jules asked. Nadine swallowed. "Someone knocked on the shower divider," Eli said, like a person knocked. "No, like a raccoon politely requesting entry." "Eli," Jules said. He shut his mouth. Nadine hugged the towel closer. Water ran from her elbow and tapped steadily onto the tile. "I thought it was Mara at first, or you." It was 3 knocks, then a pause, then 3 again. Jules looked past her into the locker room. "Did you see anyone?" "No, that's why I called out." Caleb stepped forward, but Jules raised a finger. "I'll check it," she said. "I'm coming," I told her. "No, you're staying on deck." The answer came too quickly. It hit the same old bruise in me, the one that made me hear my ex saying, "You don't have to control every room you're in." "I'm not leaving you alone in there," I said. "I'm not alone. Nadine is here." Nadine gave a small laugh that wasn't really a laugh. "I'm in a towel." Jules' face shifted. Not fear, exactly. Calculation. She looked at Caleb, then Eli, then me. And I knew she was doing what I was doing, counting bodies, counting exits, counting how many adults had shoes on. "Fine," she said. "Mara with me. Caleb, stay here with Eli. Keep eyes on the pool and the lobby door. Tom's still in the men's." As if summoned by his name, Mr. Pell shuffled out from the men's locker room wearing jeans, a flannel shirt, and wet hair combed back so severely it looked painted. His gym bag hung from one shoulder. "I'm not deaf," he said, "just old." "Did anyone come through your side?" Jules asked. "No. Did you hear knocking?" "I heard young people making bad decisions." Caleb pointed toward the lobby. "Tom, let's get you out." Mr. Pell did not move. "Something is going on. Probably a maintenance issue," Caleb said. Mr. Pell looked at the empty pool, then at me. He did not believe that any more than I did. Jules pulled the locker room door wider. Warm, humid air rolled out carrying the smell of cheap shampoo, wet towels, and the sour drain odor that came up every winter when snowmelt backed into the city system. The women's locker room was old and overlit, with beige tiles, metal lockers the color of putty, and shower stalls separated by blue plastic dividers scratched with names and hearts, and one badly drawn fish. I stepped inside behind Jules. "Mara," she said quietly, hands visible, voice calm. "We're checking for a trespasser, not hunting one." "I know, you get wound up and you rush corners." I said, "I know." The words came out sharper than I meant. Jules glanced at me once but didn't answer. That was worse. She had the discipline not to feed tension, which made me feel childish for bringing it. Nadine pointed with her goggles. "Last stall." Jules called out, "Aquatic Center staff. The building is closed. If someone is in here, answer now." Water ticked from a shower head. Somewhere behind the wall, the pool pump thudded, settled, and resumed its low growl. No answer. We checked each stall with the slow, humiliating care of people who were trying not to scare themselves. Empty, empty, empty. In the last stall, a shower curtain had been dragged half off its rings. A small puddle spread underneath it, wider than it should have been if no one had showered there recently. Jules nudged the curtain aside with 2 fingers. On the tiled bench sat a pair of children's swim goggles. Pink straps, fogged lenses. One strap twisted around itself like it had been yanked off in a hurry. I stared at them. "Those yours?" Jules asked Nadine. Nadine shook her head. "No, I don't have kids with me." "We had swim lessons earlier," I said. My mouth had gone dry in that chlorinated way, like I had swallowed pool air. "Blue group, ages 5 to 7. They ended at 6. Jules' eyes moved to mine. A child's goggles left behind after lessons was normal, completely normal. We had a lost and found bin stuffed with them, plus water shoes, towels, 1 retainer and a napkin, and enough single socks to start a tiny sad store. But the goggles had not been on the bench when Eli checked the locker room. Or if they had, he'd missed them. Eli missed things. He was 19. He missed the trash can sometimes while standing over it. Still, Jules reached for her radio and pressed the side button. "Caleb, did Eli find any kids' goggles in women's earlier?" A crackle. Then Caleb's voice. "Eli says no. He says he checked benches and floors." Eli's voice came faintly in the background. "I did." Jules looked at the goggles again. Copy. Nadine's towel had begun to slip at one shoulder. She caught it with fingers that trembled once. "Could a kid still be in the building?" she asked. Nobody answered immediately. That was the concrete problem, not the reflection, not the vanished shape in lane 4. Those could wait in the bucket marked weird. A child still inside after closing could not. The center had too many hiding places: locker rooms, storage closets, the old party room, the mechanical corridor, the tiny staff bathroom with the bad lock, the elevator that hadn't passed inspection in 3 years, but still opened if you knew how to force the button. A child could crawl under benches, fall asleep in a corner, panic, and hide. A child could also get into places where a child had no business being and get hurt quickly. There were chemicals on site, pumps, sump pits, electrical panels, a deep pool with the lights turned low. Jules took a breath through her nose. We searched the building. Caleb came over the radio again. Jules, lobby doors locked from inside. No alarm triggered. Doesn't matter. We do a lost child sweep. Now, the phrase changed everything. It had a procedure attached to it. Procedure was supposed to make things easier. It did not. Jules turned to Nadine. Get dressed. Stay with Tom in the lobby until we clear you out. I can help search. No, I'm a teacher. I'm background checked. I deal with kids every day. I appreciate that. No, Nadine bristled. If there's a child, I need to know who is staff, who is public, and who I'm responsible for. Jules' voice stayed even. Please get dressed. Nadine pressed her lips together and nodded, but I could see she hated it. I understood. Being told to wait, while something might be wrong, is its own kind of cage. Back on the deck, the air felt colder, though nothing had changed. The pool lay smooth now without swimmers in it, the lane ropes slack against the gutters. The overhead lights made rectangles in the water, each one trembling at the edges like a held breath. Eli stood near the first aid station with the mop handle in both hands. There's not actually a kid in here, right? We don't know, Jules said. Caleb had his phone out. Last lesson roster was 14 kids. I can pull the sign-out sheet from the office. Do it, Jules said. Mara, check the lost and found for matching goggles. Eli, stay here. I can search, Eli said, too eager. You can stay here and keep the deck visible, Jules said. If someone comes out, you call. If the water moves, you call. If you hear anything, you call. If the water moves, Jules paused half a beat. If someone enters the pool, Eli nodded, but his eyes went to lane 4. Mine did too. Nothing there. The lost and found bin sat under the front counter in the lobby, a blue plastic tub that smelled like mildew and feet. I dumped it onto the rubber mat. Towels flopped out. Goggles, swim caps, a child's mitten from last winter, 3 pairs of water wings. I found 2 pairs of pink goggles, but neither matched the ones in the shower. One had cartoon dolphins on the strap. The other had a broken nose bridge. Caleb came out of the office with a clipboard. 14 signed in, 13 signed out. The building seemed to make a small sound around us. Not actually. It was probably the HVAC. Jules took the clipboard from him. Which one missing? Caleb read from the sign-out list. Lena Hart, 6. Guardian signature blank. Could be a parent forgot to sign, I said. I wanted it to be that so badly I could taste it. Could be, Jules said. Find the emergency contact. Caleb went back into the office. Jules looked at me. You taught Blue Group tonight. I nodded. Do you remember Lena? I did. Not perfectly, but enough. Lena Hart, 6, female, tiny for her age, brown bobbed hair that stuck to her cheeks when wet. unicorn towel, careful hands on the kickboard. She had spent half the lesson refusing to put her face in the water. Not tantrum refusing, quiet refusing. The kind that came with wide eyes and a smile pasted on top. Her mother had apologized at drop-off. "She's nervous around deep water," the woman had said. And I had crouched beside Lena and told her the truth all lifeguards tell scared kids. You don't have to be brave all at once. The memory landed hard. My private fear had a name now. Not drowning in general, Lena. "I thought she left," I said. "With who?" "Her mom, I think." There were parents everywhere after class. Towels, shoes, kids yelling. I saw the unicorn towel near the benches. Then I had to help Mason read because he slipped by the showers and cut his knee. Jules watched me. I didn't see Lena walk out, I admitted. There it was, the gap. The thing my brain would wedge open and crawl inside for months if we found her hurt. Jules did not blame me. That almost made it worse. "Okay," she said. "Then we move." Caleb returned with the contact form. Mother's number goes straight to voicemail. Father listed, but no answer. Address in Lawrence Park. "Call again," Jules said. "Then call non-emergency and report possible missing child inside a municipal facility." Caleb looked toward the pool. "Police?" "Yes. It'll be a mess if she's home in bed. It'll be a bigger mess if she is." That ended the argument. Caleb made the call from the office landline because cell reception in the building came and went like a bad mood. Jules assigned zones. She would take the pool deck and equipment closets with me. Caleb would check the office, lobby bathrooms, and staff hall once he finished the call. Eli would remain at the guard station and keep the main pool under watch. Tom and Nadine would wait by the front doors until an officer arrived or until we confirmed the building empty. Mr. Pell did not like that. "You want us sitting by glass doors while someone may be inside." "I want you near the exit," Jules said. "Was in Korea when you were in diapers. Then you understand following instructions." He opened his mouth, then closed it. Jules had that effect when she wanted to. Nadine came out dressed in sweatpants and a long coat, damp hair tucked under her hood. "What's the child's name?" Jules hesitated. "Lena," I said before I could stop myself. 6 years old. Nadine's face changed in the immediate, painful way adults' faces change when a missing child stops being hypothetical. "Okay," she said softly. "Okay." We started with the deck closets. The first held kickboards, noodles, old lane flags, and a stack of plastic chairs that always threatened to collapse. I called Lena's name before we opened it. No answer. The second closet held cleaning supplies and a floor drain. The sharp chemical smell made my eyes water. No Lena. The third was the emergency equipment room. Backboards, spare tubes, oxygen kit, AED mounted on the wall with its green light blinking. I checked behind the folded privacy screens, even though a 6-year-old could not reasonably hide there without showing her feet. Nothing. Each empty room should have been good news. Instead, each one made the building larger. Caleb's voice came from the office doorway. "Dispatch is sending a patrol unit. They said keep everyone on site and don't disturb potential evidence if we find anything suspicious." "Evidence," Eli repeated from the guard stand. His voice had gone thin. "Don't make that face," Caleb said. What face? The face where your thoughts fall out. Jules ignored them both. Any luck with parents? No. I looked at the pool again. The water had changed. At first, I thought the overhead lights had flickered. Then I realized Lane 4's lane rope was moving. Only Lane 4. It bobbed in small, regular taps against the gutter, as if someone underneath had brushed it from below. Eli, I said, did someone enter the water? He shook his head quickly. No, no one. I've been watching. The rope tapped again. Caleb walked to the edge and crouched. Return jet. That lane doesn't have a return jet there, I said. He frowned. Jules stepped beside me. Everyone back from the edge. That was when the building went dark. Not completely. The emergency lights clicked on after less than a second, red and weak along the walls, turning the pool deck into a place made of shadows and wet shine. The main lights died in sections, one row after another, with heavy electrical clunks from the ceiling. The pump room's steady rumble stuttered, coughed, and dropped into a lower, uneven vibration. Eli yelped. Nadine said something from the lobby I couldn't catch. Mr. Pell cursed clearly enough for all of us. Then the alarm panel in the office began to beep. Not the fire alarm, not the intrusion alarm. A fast, repetitive chirp. Caleb was already moving. Power transfer fault. What does that mean? I asked. It means backup didn't take clean. The emergency lights hummed. The water looked black beyond the shallow end, with only red bars of light trembling across it. Jules keyed the radio. Everyone stay where you are. Static answered. She tried again. Eli, I'm here, he said from 15 feet away. The radio remained static. Caleb checked his phone. No signal. Landline, Jules asked. Office phone might be down if the panel tripped. Check it. Before he could move, a small sound came from somewhere above us. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 knocks again. Nobody spoke. The sound had come from high on the wall near the old party room window. Tap, tap, tap. Then a child's voice, faint through glass or ductwork or distance, called hello. My body moved before I decided to move it. Jules caught my arm. Hard. Mara, stop. That's her. We don't know that. That's a child. Her grip tightened. And if there's someone up there with her, that sentence did what the dark had not. It made the whole building feel occupied. Caleb lifted his keys. Stairs are this way. Jules looked torn for 1 second. 1 honest second, where procedure and human instinct fought across her face. Then the pool gave a loud mechanical gulp. The deep end water dropped half an inch all at once, slapping against the gutter. A drain alarm light near the first aid station flashed amber. Caleb turned sharply. No, no, no. What? Jules asked. Main circulation just lost pressure. Is that dangerous? Not if nobody's in the water. The 3 knocks came again from above. This time the voice was clearer. Please. It was small, frightened, close enough to hurt. I pulled free from Jules without meaning to. Lena. No answer. Jules said my name, but her voice had changed. She knew we could not wait by the doors for police, while a child called from a locked storage room upstairs. Not with the power unstable. Not with the pumps malfunctioning. Not with a possible trespasser in the building and the parents unreachable. The time-sensitive problem had become simple and awful. Find Lena before the building became more dangerous. Caleb pointed toward the back hallway. Party room access is up the staff stairs. Emergency lights should cover it, but if the panel is faulting, doors may not release normally. What about the police? Nadine called from the lobby. On their way, Caleb said. When? He did not answer. Jules made the decision in the clipped voice she used during drills. Caleb, you lead with keys. Mara, behind him. I'm behind Mara. Eli stays on deck. Eli said immediately. Yes, Jules said. I'm not staying alone by the pool in the dark. You're not alone. Tom and Nadine are in the lobby. That is not the same room. The drain alarm chirped again. The pump made a grinding sound that vibrated through the soles of my shoes. Caleb's face tightened. If the system keeps pulling air, I need to shut the pump manually from the mechanical room. Jules stared at him. Now, if the pump burns out, we may lose filtration and the main drain vacuum relief. Also, the surge tank could overflow if the valves fail. I don't like that noise. You just said it wasn't dangerous if nobody's in the water. It's not immediately dangerous. It is expensive and possibly about to become wet in places that shouldn't be wet. Above us, the child's voice came again. Is anyone there? This time it cracked on the last word. My chest tightened so hard I could barely speak. I thought of Lena at the edge of the pool earlier, toes curled away from the water, trying not to cry because the other kids were watching. You don't have to be brave all at once. I had told her that. Now she was somewhere above us in the dark, and I had not watched her leave. Jules looked from Caleb to the black water to the back hallway. New plan, she said. Caleb shuts down the pump if he has to. Mara and I go upstairs. Caleb shook his head. You need keys. Give them to me. Some doors stick. Know which key. Then come with us. The pump, pick one, Jules snapped. That small disagreement cost us maybe 5 seconds, but I felt each one. The alarm chirped. The emergency lights buzzed. Somewhere upstairs, something dragged across the floor with a long, scraping sound. Not a footstep. Something heavier. Nadine called. I'm calling 911 from my phone. Already called, Caleb shouted. I'm calling again. Good, I thought. Then Eli said, very quietly, Mara. I turned. He was staring at the pool. Lane 4 was no longer empty. Not a person, not exactly. A shape floated near the deep end, pale against the dark water. Small, white, soft-looking. It bumped against the lane rope once and turned. For one terrible second, I thought it was a face. Then it drifted into one of the red emergency reflections, and I saw it was a towel. A child's towel, white, with a pastel unicorn on it. It had not been there before. Jules whispered, Oh God. From upstairs, the knocking started again, faster now. Tap, 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 tap. Then the voice screamed. Not words, just a raw child's scream, cut short as if a hand had covered her mouth or a door had slammed between us. Jules shoved Caleb's key ring into my palm. Move, she said. We ran this time, wet tile or not, past the black pool, past Eli frozen under the red emergency light, toward the staff hallway, and the stairs that led up to the locked party room. Behind us, the pump gave one more grinding cough. Then the pool lights under the water blinked on by themselves, cold blue and trembling, illuminating Lane 4 all the way to the bottom. And at the far end of that lane, in 12 feet of water, something silver lay on the tile line again. A whistle, not mine. but close enough. The staff hallway behind the pool had always felt like an afterthought. On the public side, the aquatic center pretended to be bright and friendly. Blue wall murals, laminated swim schedules, bulletin boards with lifeguard certification flyers curling at the corners. Back here, the building showed its bones. Cinder block walls painted beige, exposed pipes sweating in the heat, a rubber runner mat that never lay flat. The air smelled less like chlorine and more like old dust, hot electrical wiring, and the sour metal breath of the mechanical room. Caleb's key ring dragged my hand down as I ran. There had to be 30 keys on it, maybe more, all different shapes, some tagged with faded plastic labels, some bare and anonymous. They slapped against my palm hard enough to sting. Jules was behind me. "Mara," she said, breathing tight, slow at the corner. I did, but barely. The hallway ran straight from the pool deck for 20 feet, then split. Left went to the mechanical room and chemical storage. Right went to the staff stairs and the locked upper level, party room, storage balcony, old observation window above the deep end. Straight ahead was the emergency exit door to the service alley, the one with the push bar that had jammed twice that winter when the frame swelled. The child had screamed from above. Right then, I turned so fast my wet shoe skidded on the rubber runner. My shoulder clipped the wall. Pain flashed down my arm. "Careful," Jules snapped. "I'm fine. Not if you crack your head open." The stairwell door was gray metal with a small wired glass window. Beyond it, emergency lights painted the stairs a dull red. I tried the handle, locked. Of course it was locked. I lifted the keys. My fingers felt stupid and too large. "Caleb said some doors stick," I said. "Then pick the right key and make it not stick." That was Jules at her best and worst. Practical, impossible. Behind us, from the pool deck, Eli called, "What's happening?" "Stay there," Jules shouted. The first key didn't fit. The second fit halfway and stopped. The third turned, but in the wrong direction. Or maybe I forced it wrong because the lock gave a dry little grind and stuck. "Move," Jules said. "I've got it. Mara, I've got it." I didn't. My hands were shaking. That made me angrier, and anger made the shaking worse. In my head, I could see Lena's face at lesson time, her chin tucked down, eyes fixed on the water like it was going to climb out and grab her. Don't have to be brave all at once. What a stupid thing to say to a scared child. What a useless little poster sentence. Jules reached around me, not gently, and took the key ring. "Breathe. I am breathing." "No, you're fighting the door." She tried 3 keys, then a fourth. The fourth slid in cleanly. She twisted, leaned her shoulder into the door, and it popped open with a scrape that echoed up the stairwell. First attempt, get upstairs fast. Already delayed. The stairwell was narrow and colder than the deck. Concrete steps rose in a tight switchback to a landing, then turned left toward the old party room corridor. The red emergency light at the landing flickered every few seconds, just enough to make each step seem to move under us. "Lena," Jules called. "This is Jules and Mara from the pool. We're coming upstairs. If you can hear us, answer." Nothing. We climbed. Halfway up, the knocking started again. 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps. This time it sounded like it came from the wall beside us. I stopped so abruptly Jules nearly ran into me. "That's not above us," I whispered. "It's traveling through the pipes," she said. "How do you know?" "I don't. Keep moving." At the landing, the party room corridor stretched ahead, parallel to the deep end below. I knew the layout from staff orientation, but had almost never come up here. The corridor was maybe 40 feet long. On the left, 2 storage closets and the old party room door. On the right, the observation window looking down over the pool, though most of it had been covered from this side with stacked mats and folding tables. At the far end, another door led to the balcony storage cage above the lobby. The emergency lights up here were weaker. One unit buzzed near the ceiling. Another had failed completely, leaving the far half of the corridor in a flat, grainy darkness. Jules took the radio from her belt and tried it again. "Caleb, status, static." Then Caleb's voice, broken into pieces. "Mechanical pressure, don't repeat. Static." The building answered with a metallic bang from below. We both froze. A second later, Caleb shouted from somewhere down the left-hand hallway below us, his voice muffled but human. "I'm okay. Valve slipped. Misdirection. Realistic. Explainable." Still, my skin prickled from my scalp to my wrists. Jules looked at me. "He's in the mechanical room. That sound was not up here." "Right." We moved again. The old party room door had a narrow vertical window, painted over on the inside years ago with tan paint that had begun to peel. I tried to see through the cracks, but got only fragments: a gray shape, a stack of chairs, the edge of a table. "Lena," I called. "It's Mara from swim class." Something shifted inside, not loudly, a soft drag. Jules put a hand on my shoulder and guided me aside. "Stand back." She tried the handle, locked. I gave her the keys this time without arguing. She worked through them faster than I had. 1, 2, 3. The 4th turned. The lock clicked. Jules opened the door 6 inches. The smell came out first. Dust, closed room heat, old carpet, and underneath it, something damp and sweet, like a towel forgotten in a gym bag. "Lena," Jules called. No answer. She pushed the door wider. The party room was not a party room anymore. It was storage with a birthday party skeleton still showing underneath. The walls had faded ocean murals, cartoon fish, bubbles, a smiling octopus with one eye scratched off. Folding tables leaned against the far wall. Foam mats stood stacked in front of the observation window, blocking most of the view down to the pool. Boxes of paper cups, broken decorations, spare lane flags, old life jackets, and retired flotation belts were piled everywhere in unstable towers. The room had 2 exits, the door we had entered, and at the back left, a short connecting door to the storage balcony over the lobby. No child in sight. Second attempt. Find Lena in the room where the voice came from. Partial at best. "Clear left," Jules said. "Clear right," I answered, though my right side was not clear at all. It was a maze of tables and foam. We searched like lifeguards, not cops. Loud voices. No sudden grabbing. We looked under tables, behind mats, between stacked chairs. I called Lena's name every few seconds until it stopped sounding like a name and started sounding like a plea. Near the observation window, I found a wet footprint. Small, bare. It marked the dusty floor between 2 foam mats. Toes, ball, heel, facing the window, Jules. She came over fast. There were more, 3 small wet prints, then a smear where someone had slipped or dragged a foot. The trail did not lead to the door. It led behind the foam mats. Jules crouched, touching nothing. Fresh. How fresh? Fresh enough to still shine. I moved one of the mats aside. Behind it, the lower corner of the observation window was uncovered. Through the streaked glass, I could see the pool below from high above. The black rectangle of water, the red emergency strips on the wall, Eli standing near the guard chair with the mop still in his hands, Tom and Nadine small and tense near the lobby doors. Lane 4 glowed blue from the underwater lights that had somehow switched on. The sight made my stomach pull tight, because from up here, the reflection problem made sense in a horrible, ordinary way. Anyone standing at this window could be reflected on the water below. Not a ghost, not some impossible double. A person. A person had been up here when I saw the pale shape behind me in the pool. Jules saw my face. What? The reflection, earlier. Someone could have been standing right here. Her jaw tightened, watching the deck, watching me. We both looked around the room differently after that. Not for a hiding child, for an adult. Jules, I said quietly, if someone took Lena up here, don't finish that sentence. She's 6. I know how old she is. The connecting door at the back rattled. We turned together. Lena, Jules called. The handle moved once. Down, up, then stopped. Jules crossed the room in 3 quick steps. Lena, if that's you, step back from the door. No answer. I grabbed a folding chair because it was the closest thing shaped like a weapon. It clattered against another chair, too loud, and I hated myself for the noise. Jules tried the handle. Unlocked. She pulled the door open. A cluster of helium balloons floated into the room. I screamed. Not a full scream. A short, ugly sound that tore out of my throat before I could stop it. The balloons bobbed in the emergency light, silver and blue. Their ribbons tangled around a plastic weight shaped like a star. One balloon had lost most of its lift and dragged along the floor, making the soft, scraping sound we had heard. A birthday decoration, forgotten from some rental years ago, trapped in the storage balcony, loosened by the air pressure change when the power failed. Misdirection again. Realistic, stupid, terrifying. Jules gave me 1 second. Only one. You good? No. Good enough. Yes. We stepped through. The storage balcony was narrower than the party room and ran above the lobby like a catwalk boxed in by railing and old drywall. To the right, a caged storage area held Christmas decorations, traffic cones, and broken pool toys. To the left, a short run of floor led to a second stairwell that dropped near the front desk. That door should have been locked from our side. It stood open. Cold air seeped up from below. Jules swore under her breath. That door was closed earlier, I said. You saw it. No, then we don't know. But we did know something. If someone had been upstairs, they had another way down. They did not have to pass us. Jules keyed the radio again. Eli, lobby stair doors open. Do you see anyone near the front desk? Nothing. She tried again. Eli, answer, static. Then Nadine's voice floated up from below, not through the radio, but through the open stairwell. Jules. Jules went to the railing and looked down. Stay by the doors. "He's gone," Nadine called. My hand clenched around the folding chair. "Who?" Jules shouted. "Eli." The words seemed to tilt the floor. We moved to the stairwell. From the landing, I could see the lobby below, front desk, bulletin board, vending machines, glass doors to the parking lot. Nadine stood near the doors with her phone pressed to her ear. Tom had one hand on the wall, his gym bag at his feet. The emergency lights turned both of them red and gray. No Eli. No mop. "Where did he go?" Jules called. "He said he heard crying by the shallow end," Nadine said. "He went back onto the deck." Jules closed her eyes for half a second. "Damn it, Eli." From below, Tom added, "I told him not to." Of course he had. Of course Eli had gone anyway. 19-year-olds hated fear because fear made them feel young, and Eli had spent his whole shift trying not to be treated like a child. Now the trap tightened again. Lena missing. Possible trespasser. Power unstable. Pump failing. Eli off post. Jules looked at me. We go down. What about Lena? She may not be up here. The footprints could be from earlier. They're wet. Then someone wet came up here. That someone may be Lena, or maybe whoever has her, or maybe Eli if he decided to become an idiot before we noticed. She was right, which made me hate the argument. We started down the lobby stairs. Halfway, the door at the top slammed shut behind us. The sound cracked through the stairwell. Jules spun and ran back up 3 steps. She grabbed the handle. It did not move. "Key," she said. I shoved the ring into her hand. She tried the key that had opened the party room. Nothing. Another. Nothing. From below, Nadine said, "What happened?" "Door closed," Jules said. Tom called, "It locks automatically." "No," Jules said. That was the problem. Some municipal doors were meant to latch. Some were meant to stay open. Some did whatever age and humidity had taught them. This one, according to the faded sticker near the frame, was supposed to remain unlocked during occupancy. It was locked now. We could still go down to the lobby, but our route back to the party room was cut off. Point on the map, pool deck behind us, and below through one route. Party room above, now sealed. Mechanical room down the staff hall where Caleb was. Lobby at the foot of the stairs with Nadine and Tom. Somewhere between all of that, Eli had vanished from his assigned post. The building had not grown. It had become harder to move through. We reached the lobby. Nadine looked pale. 911 says police are 2 minutes out, maybe less. Good, Jules said. Stay on with them. Tom pointed toward the deck entrance. Boy went that way. Then I heard him yell once. Words, I asked. No, just a yell. Jules pushed through the deck door first. The pool area looked worse from ground level now. Emergency lights along the walls. Blue underwater lights in lane 4. Black water in the other lanes. Shadows hanging in the rafters. The pump noise had become irregular, a grinding pulse that shivered through the gutters. Eli, Jules called, no answer. His mop lay near the shallow stairs. The bucket had tipped over, spilling gray water across the deck in a wide sheet. I almost slipped in it, caught myself on the lane rope reel, and felt something tear-hot across my palm. I looked down. A shallow slice from a metal burr. Blood welled bright and quick. Hand, Jules said. It's fine. Of course it's fine. Everything's fine. That was the first time I heard her sound afraid. We found Eli behind the guard chair. He was sitting on the tile with his back against the wall, both knees drawn up, one hand pressed to his forehead. Blood ran between his fingers. Not much, enough. "Eli," Jules said, dropping beside him. "Look at me." He blinked at her. I slipped. "What did you hit?" "Chair step, I think." His pupils looked even. He was conscious. Embarrassed already, which was a good sign. "I heard crying," he said before anyone asked. "By the shallow end. Like a kid trying not to be loud. And I came over. I saw someone crouched by the lane rope. My pulse thudded in my cut palm." "Adult or child?" Jules asked. "I don't know. It was low, like on hands and knees." I said, "Hey," and it moved behind the chair. I came around and slipped in the mop water. Jules looked at the spilled bucket. "You left the bucket by the stairs." "I didn't tip it." That landed between us. A partial attempt to restore control had failed. Eli was hurt. The deck was no longer covered. And if he was telling the truth, someone had been within 10 feet of the guard chair while we were upstairs. Caleb burst from the staff hallway, breathing hard, hoodie soaked across the chest. "Pump S off, manual shut off. But we've got water coming under the mechanical room door." "From where?" Jules asked. "Surge tank overflow or a cracked line. I don't know yet. We have a missing child and Eli has a head injury." Caleb looked at Eli, then at the pool, then at my bleeding hand. "Police here?" "Almost," Nadine called from the lobby behind him. Then the front doors rattled. All of us turned. Blue-red light flashed weakly through the glass from the parking lot. For 1 second, relief loosened my knees. Then Nadine tried the front door. It did not open. She shoved the push bar again. It stuck. Caleb ran to her, tried his master key in the lock, twisted hard. "Nothing." "Frames swelled," Tom said. "You said it yourself." "Not now," Caleb snapped. Outside, a patrol car rolled to the curb. 2 officers got out, their bodies distorted through the wired glass and emergency reflections. Nadine pounded on the door and shouted, "We're in here." One officer approached, tried the handle from outside. It held. Caleb swore and grabbed the radio at the front desk, but the desk unit only spat static. Jules pointed to the service exit. "Back alley door." Caleb shook his head, past the mechanical room. "If water's crossing the electrical threshold, I don't want anyone stepping through until I cut power at the subpanel." The officers outside moved toward their car, probably to get tools. Maybe to call fire. Maybe both. Help was here. Help was also separated from us by municipal glass, a jammed door, and a building that had started failing in layers. Then we heard Lena. Not from upstairs. Not from the locker rooms. From the pool deck speakers. The old PA system crackled above us, the one used for swim meet announcements and birthday parties back when people still rented the upstairs room. It popped once, squealed, and then a child's voice whispered through every speaker in the pool area. "Mara," my injured hand went numb. Jules looked at me. The voice came again, watery and close through the bad speakers. "Mara, I'm scared." I stepped toward the pool before I knew I'd moved. "Lena." I shouted, "Where are you?" The PA hissed. Then a different sound came through. 3 knocks. A pause, 3 knocks. Caleb stared at the ceiling speaker. PA controls are upstairs. The party room, the locked route, the place we had just been. Jules' face hardened. "There has to be another access." Caleb nodded slowly. "Observation maintenance hatch." "Where?" He pointed across the pool to the deep end, toward lane 4 and the old wall beneath the party room window. Behind the stacked lane reels, narrow ladder inside the wall cavity. We use it to service the window frame and speaker wiring. Locked? Yes. Key. He looked at the ring in Jules' hand. The PA clicked again. This time Lena screamed my name, and the sound cut off mid-breath. Outside, the officers hammered at the front door. In the staff hall, water spread from under the mechanical room door in a slow, reflective sheet. The stair door to the party room was locked behind us. Eli couldn't stand without swaying. Nadine was crying quietly while still trying to explain our location to 911. Tom had taken off his belt and wrapped it around his fist like he planned to punch through glass. There were no clean choices left. The only way back upstairs was the maintenance hatch beside the deep end, above lane 4, where the blue underwater lights showed every tile, every ripple, and the silver whistle lying at the bottom like a marker someone had placed there for me. Jules looked at me. I looked at the hatch. Then the front lobby lights went out completely, and the magnetic fire door between the lobby and pool deck released with a heavy metal thud. It swung shut behind Caleb, Nadine, Tom, and the police outside, separating them from us, separating the injured from help, separating the deck from the exit. Jules, Caleb, Eli, and I were left on the pool side of the building, with water creeping from the mechanical hall, a locked front route, and Lena's voice coming from upstairs through a system only someone inside could use. Caleb said, very quietly, "We can't go back that way now." From the PA, the speaker crackled once more. Then a man's voice, low and breathless, whispered, "Come get her." And the maintenance hatch beside lane 4 clicked open by itself. The hatch opening sounded small. That was the worst part. After all the alarms, all the knocking, all the grinding machinery and radio static, the little metal click beside lane 4 seemed almost polite, like the building was holding a door for us. Nobody moved. The maintenance hatch was set into the wall below the old observation window, half hidden behind 2 stacked lane reels and a rack of rescue poles. I had walked past it 1,000 times without thinking about it. Gray painted metal, thumb-width vent slots, a tiny rust stain under the latch. It had always looked like part of the wall. Now it stood open 3 inches into the pool deck, darkness behind it. Jules raised the radio again out of habit, then lowered it when it only hissed. Her jaw flexed once. "Caleb," she said, "what's behind that?" "A vertical service shaft," he said. His voice had gone flat in the way people sound when their brain is moving faster than their mouth. Ladder up to the speaker junction and window maintenance platform, maybe 4 feet wide, tight, dusty, not meant for regular access. Could a child fit? Yes. Could an adult? He looked at the hatch. If he wanted to. Eli sat against the wall with blood drying at his hairline. His face was pale under the emergency lights. "That guy said come get her." Jules pointed at him without looking away from the hatch. "You stay sitting." "I'm not arguing." That scared me more than if he had. On the other side of the closed fire door, someone pounded twice. Dean shouted something muffled. Then an officer's voice, low and distorted through metal and glass, tried to get our attention. Help was yards away. It might as well have been on the other side of Lake Erie. Caleb went to the fire door and shoved the bar. It did not move. He tried his shoulder. Metal boomed, but the door held. Mag lock failed engaged, or the frames jammed from the power drop, he said. I can't force it without tools. Jules stared at the spreading water creeping from the mechanical hallway. It had reached the rubber runner and was coming slowly toward the pool deck, thin and glossy, carrying bits of dust and a dead beetle. Then we go through the hatch, I said. No, Jules said immediately. You heard him. I heard a man luring us into a maintenance shaft. And I heard Lena. We don't know that was live. The PA crackled again. This time there was no voice, just breathing, close to a microphone. Then 3 knocks. A pause. 3 knocks. My hand throbbed where I'd cut it. I pressed it against my shorts and felt the sting sharpen. Mara, Jules said, softer now, your fear is driving. Good. It knows the route. That is not funny. I'm not trying to be. Caleb moved to the hatch and crouched without touching the handle. We need a plan. If someone's up there, he knows this space better than we do. You know it, Jules said. I know the official version, not whatever he's been doing. That made us all look at him. Caleb swallowed. The hatch shouldn't open from inside unless the latch is rigged. It's keyed from the deck side. Meaning, I asked. Meaning someone changed it. The building seemed to shrink around us. Jules made the choice, not loudly, not dramatically. Caleb leads. He knows the shaft. Mara second, I'm third. Eli stays here. Eli looked at the dark pool, then at us. With him, no one is on deck, Jules said. That's kind of my point. Caleb stood. Give him a rescue pole. Jules grabbed one from the rack and put it in Eli's hands. If anyone comes out who isn't us, you yell. You keep distance. You do not swing unless they come at you. Understand? Eli nodded, gripping the pole so hard his knuckles looked waxy. Caleb took a flashlight from his belt. It flickered when he hit the button, then held a weak yellow beam. Batteries are trash. Of course they are, Jules muttered. He pulled the hatch open. The smell inside was dry and stale. A different world from the pool. Dust, mouse droppings, warm wiring, old wood. The opening came to my chest. Caleb ducked in sideways, one boot on the narrow lower rung, then the other. His keys jingled once and stopped as he tucked them into his hoodie pocket. Ladders wet near the bottom, he said. From what? Jules asked. Condensation. Maybe leak. Maybe someone climbed it wet. He went up. I followed. The shaft was tighter than he had warned. My shoulders brushed rough concrete on one side and metal conduit on the other. The ladder rungs were cold and slick. My cut palm protested every time I closed it around metal, and soon the blood made my grip tacky. Below me, Jules climbed in. The hatch stayed open behind her. A rectangle of blue pool light below. Mara, Eli called, small. Don't die. I wanted to say something reassuring, something adult. Don't stand up too fast, I called back. It was the best I had. We climbed maybe 12 feet, maybe less. In fear, distance stretches and folds. Caleb's boot slipped once above me and knocked dust into my face. I swallowed grit. My lungs wanted clean air and got insulation fuzz instead. At the top, the shaft bent into a narrow horizontal crawl space behind the observation window. Caleb Caleb squeezed through first and whispered, "Platform." I pulled myself after him. The platform was a strip of metal grating no wider than a hallway runner. To our right, the back of the party room wall. To our left, the observation window, mostly blocked from the room side by foam mats, but open from this maintenance side through a long service gap. Below the glass, the pool spread out in blue and black. From up here, lane 4 looked like a throat. At the far end of the platform, a small service panel hung open. Wires spilled from it. Beside it was the PA junction box. The cover had been unscrewed and set neatly on the floor. Neatly. That detail made my stomach twist. A desperate person rips things out. A panicked child breaks. This was careful. Caleb shone his flashlight over the panel. Someone tapped the PA. Jules pulled herself onto the platform behind me, breathing hard. "Can you disable it?" "Maybe." Then something moved in the party room, not near the door. Behind the stacked foam mats. A soft scrape. Caleb killed the flashlight. Darkness pressed close, broken only by emergency light leaking through gaps in the wall, and the blue glow rising off the pool below. Jules leaned near my ear. "Mara, listen to me. We do not rush him. We locate Lena first." I nodded, though she could not see it. A man's voice spoke from the other side of the mats. "You're late." He was close. My whole body tightened, but Jules put one hand against my back. "Stay." Caleb's breathing stopped for a beat. Jules called, "This is Jules Ramirez, pool supervisor. We have police outside. Let the child go and we can talk." The man laughed once. Not wild, not cinematic. A tired, irritated little laugh, like she had said something naive. "You always say police like it fixes locked doors." "Who are you?" Jules asked. "Ask Mara." My name in his mouth made something inside me recoil. "I don't know you," I said. "Sure you do." He shifted behind the mats. Saw part of him through a gap, a gray sleeve, a bare hand, a wrist with a cheap plastic admissions bracelet from our own facility. Not from tonight. It was old and frayed, the kind kids forget to cut off. Caleb whispered, "I can go around through the party room side." Jules shook her head once. The man said, "You taught her not to be brave all at once." Sweet, really. He had heard me say that during lessons. He had been here then, watching. My mouth went dry. "Where is Lena?" "Closer than you think." A small sound came from the far end of the platform. A whimper. We turned. The platform extended 3 more feet beyond the PA box, ending at a maintenance alcove above the deep end wall. Curled in that alcove, half hidden behind a coil of cable and a dusty rolled banner, was Lena Hart. Her unicorn towel was not with her because it was in the pool below. Her brown hair stuck to her cheeks. One pink goggle lens hung around her neck by the strap. Duct tape was wrapped over her mouth, not smoothly, not professionally, just enough to keep her from speaking. Her wrists were tied in front of her with a lane rope cord. She was alive. Her eyes found mine. Everything narrowed to that. "Lena," I said. She tried to crawl toward me and froze when the platform creaked. The man moved behind the mats. "Careful. Grates loose there." Caleb swore under his breath. I looked down. He was right. 2 bolts near Lena's alcove were missing. The metal grating flexed under her knees. He had put her there on purpose. A child scared of deep water placed above the deepest part of the pool on a loose maintenance platform. Jules' voice stayed even. "What do you want?" "What I want." He sounded genuinely annoyed. "I wanted my daughter to be watched. That was the whole damn service, right? You people watch kids in water." Jules and I looked at each other, his daughter. Caleb breathed. "Oh no." The man pushed one foam mat aside and stepped into the gap where the party room met the service platform. He was in his late 30s, maybe 40, male, with a narrow face and stubble along his jaw. He wore jeans, wet sneakers, and a dark jacket over a faded t-shirt from a swim meet. His hair was flattened with sweat. One hand held a cordless drill. The other held a length of laying cord. Not a monster. That made it worse. He looked like a parent who had slept in his car. "My name is Aaron Vale," he said, "since none of you remember." Caleb whispered, "Vale." Jules knew it too. I saw recognition hit her. I didn't. Aaron smiled at me without warmth. "Before your time, Mara. That's the joke. Everyone knew, everyone clean. Everyone gets to say they weren't there." Jules spoke carefully. "Aaron, your daughter's accident was investigated. Don't say accident." The drill lifted half an inch. Jules stopped. Caleb said very quietly, "His daughter aspirated during a private rental. Years ago. Not during open swim." Aaron's eyes snapped to him. "She drowned in this building." "She survived transport," Caleb said, and immediately looked like he regretted it. Aaron's face changed. "She died 3 days later." The platform seemed to sway under us, though it hadn't moved. There it was. Human grief, human blame. Years left to rot behind locked doors and municipal forms. Grounded, ugly, dangerous. Aaron pointed toward the pool. "They said sight lines were bad. They said reflections from that window made the deep end hard to read. They said the staff member on duty had followed procedure." His eyes cut to Jules. "You people love procedure." Jules absorbed that without flinching. "Lena has nothing to do with what happened to your daughter. She has everything to do with it. She's the demonstration." Lena made a small sound behind the tape. My control snapped a little. "She's 6, you sick." Jules grabbed my wrist hard enough to stop me. Aaron smiled again. "There she is, the watcher." I understood then. He did not want money. He did not want to escape cleanly. He wanted the pool to fail in front of us. He wanted me to fail, specifically, because I had been the one who missed Lena leaving. Or because he had decided I was the shape of all the people who had failed his daughter. Caleb shifted his weight. A tiny metal ping came from beneath the platform. One loose bolt dropped into the dark shaft below, bouncing once, then disappearing. Lena squeezed her eyes shut. "No one moves," Jules said. Aaron lifted the drill. Too late for that. He pressed the trigger. The sound exploded in the crawl space. Short, metallic, brutal. He wasn't drilling into a wall. He was backing out another screw from the grating. Caleb lunged. It was not graceful. There was no heroic leap. He threw his body across the narrow platform and grabbed Aaron's drill hand. The two men slammed into the foam mats, which toppled into the party room in a soft, absurd avalanche of blue and green. The drill skittered away. Aaron punched Caleb in the side of the head with the cord-wrapped fist. Caleb grunted and drove him backward. They vanished through the gap into the party room. Jules shouted, "Mara, Lena," I went. The platform groaned under my first step. "Don't crawl to me, I told Lena. My voice shook. I made it gentle anyway. Stay still. I'm coming. She nodded too fast, tears cutting clean lines through dust on her cheeks. Behind me, Jules moved toward the fight, but Aaron and Caleb crashed back against the service gap. Caleb's shoulder hit the window glass. It boomed. A crack shot across the old pane like lightning. Below us, Eli yelled, "What was that?" "Stay back," Jules shouted down. The platform dipped. I dropped to my hands and knees. Pain burst through my cut palm. Blood smeared the grating. 4 feet to Lena. 3. Another screw fell. The front edge of the alcove sagged. Lena slid half an inch toward the gap between platform and wall. She made a muffled scream. "Look at me," I said. "Lena, look at me, not down me." Her eyes locked on mine. "You don't have to be brave all at once," I said, and hated myself for using it again. But this time I added, "Just one hand. Give me one hand." She stretched her tied wrists. Too far. The grating shifted. A section under her left knee dropped with a metal shriek. She fell through to her waist. I lunged and caught the lane cord around her wrists. My injured hand slipped. For half a second, she hung above 12 feet of water, bound, taped, terrified, her feet kicking empty air. I caught her forearm with my other hand and screamed for Jules. Jules was there. She threw herself flat beside me and grabbed the back of Lena's swimsuit. "Pull on 3, Jules said. Aaron roared from the party room. Caleb stumbled backward through the gap, blood on his mouth, Aaron on him. They slammed into Jules' legs. The whole platform buckled. 1, Jules shouted. Aaron grabbed Jules' ankle. 2, I saw the pool below, lane 4, blue light, silver whistle on the bottom. My whistle, his, a prop bait. It did not matter. 3, we pulled. Lena came up hard, scraping her shin against the ragged metal edge. She screamed through the tape. I got an arm around her middle and rolled backward, slamming into the wall. Jules kicked free of Aaron. Caleb grabbed Aaron from behind. Aaron twisted and drove his elbow into Caleb's ribs. Caleb made a sound like air leaving a tire and dropped to one knee. Aaron turned toward Lena. No speech now, no demonstration, just rage stripped down. Jules put herself between him and us. He swung the lane cord. It wrapped around her forearm and snapped tight. She stepped into him instead of away, which I realized later saved her shoulder from being torn. She drove her forehead into his nose. The sound was dull and wet. Aaron staggered. Jules staggered too. Blood ran from her eyebrow. "Mara," she said, "go." I dragged Lena toward the hatch opening. She was small, but fear makes bodies rigid. Her bound wrists caught on cable. I tore them free and felt something in my cut hand open wider. Warm blood ran down my wrist. Behind us, Caleb tackled Aaron low. They hit the platform railing. The old window cracked again. Below, Eli shouted something I couldn't understand. The platform under Aaron's feet gave way. Not all of it, just the weakened section near the window. Enough. Aaron dropped through one leg first, then his hip, catching himself on the railing with both hands. The cordless drill kicked loose in the struggle, slid after him and fell. It struck the pool below with a small splash that sounded ridiculous from so much height. Aaron hung half through the platform, kicking, cursing. His body weight pulled the grating down. The crack in the window spread. Caleb tried to grab his jacket. Aaron looked at him with sudden animal fear. "Help me," Caleb did. That mattered. He reached for Aaron, even after being hit, even after everything. He grabbed the back of Aaron's jacket with both hands. Then the lane cord looped around Caleb's wrist tightened. Aaron had wrapped it there somehow during the fight. Accident or instinct, I still don't know. The grating tore another inch. Caleb's boots slid. "Jules," he barked. Jules grabbed Caleb's belt. I had Lena at the hatch. The ladder dropped below us into blue emergency light. I looked down and saw Eli at the bottom, swaying but standing now, face tilted up, rescue pole in one hand. "Send her down," he shouted. "She's tied." Then cut it. I had no knife. Then I remembered the whistle, not the one at the bottom. Mine. A lifeguard whistle has a metal clip, cheap, bent, sharp at the edge where the plating had split. I ripped it from the lanyard and sawed at the cord around Lena's wrists. It took too long. 5 seconds. 10. Her skin was rubbed raw underneath. The cord snapped. I pulled the tape from her mouth as gently as I could, which was not gently enough. She sobbed once and then gulped air. "Down the ladder," I told her. "Eli's there." "I can't," she cried. "You can, feet first. One rung, then another. I'm scared." "I know." The platform screamed behind me. Jules shouted, "Mara." I put Lena's hands on the ladder. "One hand, one foot. Don't look down," she started, slow. Too slow, but moving. Below, Eli talked to her in a trembling voice. "Good, yeah, I see your shoe. Put it lower. I've got you, I've got you." A crash behind me. I turned. Caleb had fallen to both knees. Jules still held his belt. Aaron hung almost entirely through the broken platform now, his hands hooked around Caleb's arm. Blood ran from his nose over his mouth. "Pull me up," Aaron screamed. Caleb tried. Of course he tried. The grating tore loose. Aaron fell, not into the pool. He hit the slanted top of the lane reel rack below the window with a heavy metal bang, then rolled off onto the deck at the deep end. His body struck tile with a sound I felt in my teeth. He did not get up. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then Jules said, "Caleb." Caleb's face was gray. He looked at the torn cord still cinched around his wrist, then at the hole Aaron had gone through. "I'm here. Can you move?" "Not fast." Below, Eli shouted, "I've got her." I looked down. Lena was at the bottom of the ladder, clinging to Eli with both arms. He sat down hard, probably because standing had become optional for him. The pool deck below was chaos. Water from the mechanical hallway had reached the edge of the shallow end. The fire door still held. Through the lobby glass, police lights strobed. Someone outside was using a pry tool on the front entrance. Aaron lay near lane 4, one arm bent wrong beneath him. The underwater lights flickered. The PA popped. Then, impossibly, Aaron's voice came through the speakers again. "Come get her." Jules and I stared at each other. He was unconscious below us. The voice continued, low and breathless, repeating the same phrase. "Come get her, come get her, come get her." A recording. Caleb crawled to the PA junction, reached into the wires, and yanked a small black device from behind the panel. A cheap digital recorder taped in place. He threw it against the wall. It broke open. The voice stopped. There was the answer to one haunting. Not all of it, but one. Jules laughed once, a broken little sound. Then Then she pressed a hand to her bleeding eyebrow and said, "I hate this building." We still had to get down. Caleb went first, one rung at a time, groaning whenever he moved his right side. I followed, my hand slipping twice. Jules came last. By the time my feet hit the deck, my legs felt hollow. Lena was curled against Eli near the hatch, crying silently now, the worst kind. Her shin bled through a scrape, and her wrists were angry red, but she was breathing. She was alive. I knelt in front of her. "Lena," she looked at me. "I'm sorry," I said. Jules, even bleeding, even swaying, said, "Not now." She was right again. We moved Lena away from the pool edge. Caleb checked Aaron without touching more than he needed to. "Pulse," he said, "breathing, bad fall. Don't move him." Jules keyed her useless radio once, then threw it aside and went to the fire door. "Police," she shouted. "We have a child alive. Suspect down, medical needed." The officers outside must have heard something because the pounding changed rhythm. Harder, more urgent. Then the front glass door finally gave with a cracking crash from the lobby side. Not shattered completely, but broken enough for one officer to reach through and release the stuck hardware. Help entered loudly. Boots, radios, questions, commands. Real life rushing back in, messy and too bright even under emergency lights. An officer forced the fire door open from the lobby side, with Caleb yelling instructions about the release plate. Paramedics came minutes later, though it felt both instant and endless. They took Lena first, then Eli, then Caleb, who kept insisting his ribs were fine until he tried to stand and nearly folded. Jules refused a stretcher and got one anyway after she vomited once near the first aid station. I stayed kneeling by lane 4 until an officer told me to move. I had not realized I was still holding my broken whistle clip. At the bottom of the pool, on the blue tile line, the silver whistle remained. When the officers asked about it, Caleb, pale on a bench with a paramedic taping his ribs, said, "Evidence. Don't drain until crime scene clears it." "Whose is it?" the officer asked. No one answered. I looked at Aaron Vale, strapped to a backboard now, eyes closed, face swollen, still alive despite the fall. I looked at Lena being wrapped in a foil blanket, her mother's name being called again and again by a dispatcher on someone's phone. I looked at the observation window above lane 4, cracked and dark, where a grieving man had watched us watch the water. The conflict was over. Lena was alive. Aaron was down. The recording was broken. Police were inside. But as I stood there with my cut hand wrapped in gauze, chlorine in my throat, and dust in my hair, I caught one last reflection in the pool. This time it was mine. It stood at the edge of lane 4 exactly where I stood. No trick, no delay, no hidden watcher behind glass, just me. And somehow that was not comforting at all. The first person to make me sit down was not a police officer or a paramedic. It was Mr. Pell. He came through the broken lobby door after the fire crew pried it open fully, walking stiffly over the glittering safety glass with his gym bag clutched under one arm. A uniformed officer tried to stop him, and Mr. Pell pointed at me with the kind of authority old men save for weather reports and medical appointments. "That one is bleeding on your floor," he said. I looked down. He was right. The gauze around my palm had soaked through, and blood was dripping from the edge of my hand onto the tile beside lane 4. Not a lot, just a steady red tap, tap, tap that looked obscene against the clean blue deck. A paramedic guided me to a bench near the shallow end and unwrapped my hand while asking questions in a voice that had clearly been trained not to sound alarmed. Name, Mara Keene. Age, 28. Any dizziness? No. Head injury? No. Any loss of consciousness? No. He glanced at my face. You sure? I'm sure. The answer came too fast. He noticed, but didn't argue. He irrigated the cut with saline, and I focused on the sound of it splashing into a plastic basin, instead of the way the torn skin in my palm opened like a small mouth. The metal burr from the lane reel had sliced deeper than I thought. Not catastrophic, not heroic, just ugly enough for stitches. Across the deck, Lena Hart sat wrapped in a silver emergency blanket on the lowest bleacher row, her feet tucked under her. A second paramedic examined her wrists and shin, while a police officer knelt nearby, speaking quietly, but not touching her. Jules had insisted on that before they loaded her onto a stretcher. Ask before you touch her, Jules had said, blood running down from her eyebrow into the corner of her eye. The officer did. Lena answered in tiny nods. Sometimes she looked at me. Sometimes she looked at the pool. Mostly she looked at the foil blanket bunched in her lap, pinching and releasing the edge so it made soft, crinkling noises. Her mother arrived 12 minutes after the first ambulance. I remember the number because I kept watching the clock. The same clock Mr. Pell said ran fast every Tuesday. It read 9:49 when a woman in black leggings and a winter coat burst through the lobby with one shoe untied, hair wild around her face, yelling Lena's name before anyone could stop her. Lena made a sound I had not heard from her all night. Not fear, recognition. Her mother dropped to her knees so hard I heard the impact from across the deck. She did ask before touching her daughter, but barely. Can I hold you, baby? Can I hold you? Lena nodded once, and then they folded into each other, foil blanket and wet hair and shaking hands. I looked away. Not because it was private, though it was. Because relief can hurt when it arrives late. Caleb was on a stretcher near the deep end arguing with a paramedic about whether bruised ribs required transport. His left eye was swelling shut, and he had 2 fingers taped together where Aaron had bent them backward during the fight. He kept trying to sit up so he could answer questions about the pump system. Sir, the paramedic said, you need to stop explaining municipal plumbing. It's not plumbing, it's circulation. Fantastic. Circulate yourself into the ambulance. Jules, seated on the floor with an ice pack pressed to her eyebrow, made a sound that might have been a laugh if she'd had more energy. She had a concussion, though she denied it until she forgot the day of the week and called Eli Caleb twice. Eli had already been loaded into the first ambulance. He had 6 staples waiting for him at UPMC Hamot and a mild concussion, which he accepted with the stunned embarrassment of someone who had imagined himself dying bravely and instead slipped in mop water. Before they took him, he caught my sleeve. Did I mess up? He asked. His eyes were too bright. Pain, fear, shame, all of it mixed together. I wanted to say no. Jules would have said something sharper and better, something about leaving his post, but also helping Lena down the ladder. I only had my tired human answer. You moved when you thought a kid was crying, I said. That's not nothing. That's not a no. No, I said. It's not. He nodded like that was fair. Then he let the paramedics take him. Aaron Vale left last. They had stabilized his neck and splinted one arm. He drifted in and out of consciousness while officers photographed the deck, the hatch, the broken platform above us. The PA recorder Caleb had smashed, the lane cord, the tape, the goggles, the unicorn towel, and the silver whistle still lying at the bottom of lane 4. When Aaron passed me on the stretcher, his eyes opened. For a second, they were clear. He looked at me as if he knew exactly where he was and exactly what he had done. There was no confession, no apology, no final threat, just a tired, ruined man staring from behind an oxygen mask while a police officer walked beside him with one hand on the stretcher rail. Then his eyes shifted past me to the pool. His eyebrows drew together, not fear, recognition. He tried to speak around the mask, but the paramedic pushed him gently back down and said, "Save it." I turned toward lane 4. The water had settled again. The underwater lights were off now, cut by the fire crew when they killed power to the pool systems. The surface reflected the emergency strobes from outside in broken red-blue bands. The whistle was no longer visible from where I sat. That bothered me more than it should have. A crime scene technician eventually used a long-handled evidence net to retrieve it. Not Gary. Gary was still leaning against the wall, forgotten and dripping from earlier. This net came from a van and had a clean bag attached. The whistle came up blackened with old grime, not bright silver like it had looked underwater. It was heavier than mine, P-less, with a dent along one side and a rotted bit of red cord still threaded through the ring. An officer bagged it. "Is that his?" I asked. Nobody answered then. Nobody knew. The official statements took hours. Police separated us the way they were supposed to. Different rooms, different officers, same questions from slightly different angles. I gave mine in the lobby, seated under the swim class bulletin board with my stitched hand wrapped like a mitten. Yes, I had seen an object in lane 4 before the power failure. No, I did not know Aaron Vale. Yes, Lena Hart had been in my lesson. No, I did not personally confirm she left with her mother. That last answer had to be said more than once. Each time, it got heavier. The officer taking my statement was a woman in her 40s named Detective Harlan. She had calm eyes, a gray streak in her dark hair, and the careful patience of someone who had learned that silence made people fill in gaps. "Ms. Keene," she said, after the third time I circled back to the sign-out sheet. "The preliminary information suggests Mr. Vale entered during evening programs posing as a parent. He appears to have used old staff areas and maintenance access points. This was planned. I still missed her. She didn't contradict me. I appreciated that. She wrote something down. You also found her. That did not balance the scale. Not that night. Maybe not ever. By 2:30 in the morning, the aquatic center no longer looked like a place where people learned to swim. It looked like a building that had been opened up and found sick inside. Yellow evidence markers sat near the deep end. The broken front door was covered with plywood. Firefighters had dragged fans into the mechanical hall to push out the damp electrical smell. A city maintenance supervisor I had never seen before stood with Caleb's assistant, both of them staring at the pump room as if it had personally betrayed the taxpayers. Nadine stayed until the police told her she could go. She had given her statement wrapped in her long coat, hair drying in stiff curls around her face. Before she left, she came to where I sat and placed a paper cup of vending machine hot chocolate beside me. "I pressed the wrong button," she said. "It was supposed to be coffee. Hot chocolate is better. It tastes like envelope glue." I took a sip. She was right. Neither of us smiled much. "She's alive," Nadine said. I nodded. "That's going to have to be enough for tonight." I nodded again because I could not trust myself to speak. Mr. Pell left with his daughter, who arrived furious and frightened in a parka over pajamas. He stopped beside me on his way out. "My wife was right," he said. I looked up. "About indoor pools," he said. "Sounds come back wrong." Then he patted my shoulder once awkwardly and let his daughter lead him away. The aquatic center closed indefinitely. That was the phrase the city used on the website the next morning. Closed indefinitely due to facility maintenance and an ongoing police investigation. It sounded clean, temporary, like a boiler issue or a roof leak. The news vans were less clean. They parked by the snowbanks along the curb, cameras aimed at the plywood door and the faded sign that still advertised spring swim lessons. Reporters said words like hostage, revenge plot, and near tragedy. They used a photo of Aaron Vale from a charity 5K 8 years earlier, back when his face was fuller and his daughter was still alive. Her name was Sophie. I learned that from the articles. Sophie Vale, age 7, had been pulled from the deep end during a private birthday rental at the same aquatic center 9 years earlier. The official investigation had cited inadequate supervision by the rental party, obstructed sight lines from the upstairs observation window, and confusion over whether aquatic staff were assigned to monitor private events. The city had paid a settlement without admitting liability. The party room had been closed to rentals the following year, not because of Sophie officially, because of budgetary and staffing considerations. That phrase made me sit on my bathroom floor for a while with the article open on my phone, my stitched hand resting uselessly in my lap. Aaron had worked maintenance contracts for the city on and off, not full-time, enough to know buildings, enough to learn keys, panels, access doors, and which systems failed quietly. Police later said he had copied at least 2 keys years earlier and had been entering the aquatic center for weeks, maybe longer. He had hidden supplies in the old storage areas: tape, cord, a cheap recorder, batteries, a pry tool, extra clothing. He had watched lessons from upstairs. That detail was never in the first articles. Detective Harlan told me during a follow-up interview because she thought I deserved to know, or because she wanted to see whether I remembered anyone unusual. I did not. That was its own punishment. Lena recovered physically. That was the update Jules got through official channels and shared with us in a group text, because none of us could ask Lena's family directly without making their worst night about us. Scraped shin, bruised wrists, mild dehydration, no water in her lungs, no major head injury. Alive. The word kept arriving like a hand on my back. Alive. Eli sent a selfie from the hospital with a bandage around his head and a caption that said, "Still pretty though." Jules replied, "Concussed people should not fish for compliments." Caleb replied, "You looked bad before." Normal jokes. Cracked, but normal. Caleb had 2 broken ribs and a fractured finger. Jules had a concussion and 5 stitches above her eyebrow. I had 8 stitches in my palm and a prescription for antibiotics. For 3 days, every time I closed my hand, I felt the ladder rung, the whistle clip, Lena's bound wrists. For 3 nights, I dreamed of Lane 4, not of Aaron, not even of Lena falling, just the pool surface. In the dream, I stood at the edge and looked down. My reflection stood where it should. Then it raised its hand before I did. I woke up before anything else happened. Always before. 2 weeks later, Detective Harlan called me in to identify the whistle. Not officially identify. That was not the word she used. She asked if I would come look at something and tell her whether it belonged to the facility. The whistle sat in an evidence photo on her desk, not in a bag, cleaned enough to show details. Old metal, dent on one side. Red cord rotted almost black. "It's not ours," I said. "You're sure? Our whistles are plastic or newer metal. We replace them. That one's old." She slid another photocopy across the desk. It was a scanned incident report from 9 years earlier. Most of it was redacted. Names, medical details, staff signatures, but the inventory list at the bottom was visible. One item had been marked missing after Sophie Vale's accident. Lifeguard whistle, metal, red cord. I stared at the line until the words stopped behaving like words. "Was it Aaron's?" I asked. "We don't know yet," Harlan said, "but he planted it. Likely." Likely, she folded her hands. We found no fingerprints usable after years in water and chemical exposure. Mr. Vale has not explained the whistle. His attorney has advised him not to speak. I looked at the photo again. Underwater, it had looked bright, almost new. In evidence lighting, it looked like something dug out of a drain. Could it have been in the pool all this time? I asked. "No," she said then, after a pause. "Not in the pool." I waited. She tapped the paper once. A maintenance worker found an old whistle in a clogged surge tank during a repair 7 years ago. According to a note we found in archived emails, it was placed in a lost and found box in the closed party room because no one knew what to do with it. Archived emails. Municipal systems keep strange ghosts. She seemed to regret the word as soon as she said it. I did not comment on it. So there was the explanation. Mostly, the whistle from Sophie Vale's accident had not lived at the bottom of Lane 4 for 9 years. It had sat forgotten upstairs in a box, another object nobody wanted to own. Aaron, with his copied keys and patient grief, had found it and used it. A prop, a message, a little piece of the old failure dropped into the new one. Grounded, human, worse than impossible. The aquatic center reopened 4 months later with a new name because cities believe paint can perform exorcisms. The upstairs party room was gutted. The observation window was removed and replaced with a solid wall. The service hatch was welded shut from the deck side. The front doors were replaced. The fire doors were inspected. The sign-out procedure changed so every child had to be matched physically to an approved adult before leaving the deck. No blank signatures. No, I thought she left. No trusting the churn of towels and parents and wet children to sort itself out. Jules returned as supervisor. Caleb transferred to another facility after his ribs healed. Eli quit, then came back as a swim instructor because, according to him, quitting made the building feel too important. He still flinched when a mop bucket tipped. I did not go back, at least not to work. That surprised people. It surprised me too. Lifeguarding had been the place where my fear had a job and a uniform. Without it, I did not know what to do with myself for a while. I took shifts at a physical therapy clinic front desk. I learned scheduling software. I counted patients instead of swimmers. I still checked exits. One Sunday in September, I drove past the aquatic center after grocery shopping. The new sign out front said Bayfront Community Swim Center in cheerful white letters. There were pumpkins painted on the lobby windows. A banner advertised fall lessons. I parked without planning to. Inside, the lobby smelled the same. Chlorine, rubber mats, vending machine sugar, damp coats. The broken door was gone. The bulletin board had new flyers. A teenage lifeguard at the desk asked if she could help me, and I almost told her everything. Instead, I said, "Just looking." Through the interior glass, I could see the pool. Lane 4 had a parent and child class in it now. Toddlers slapped the water with foam toys while adults laughed too loudly, performing comfort for one another. A lifeguard sat on the stand, scanning properly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Head count. Pattern. Bottom. Surface. Gutters. Good. The deep end wall was blank where the observation window had been. Better. Jules saw me from the office doorway. She had a thin white scar through one eyebrow now. It made her look permanently skeptical, which suited her. "You coming in?" she asked. "No." "You sure?" "No." She nodded. She understood both answers. We stood side by side for a minute, watching the class. A child refused to put his face in the water. His instructor crouched beside him and said something I couldn't hear through the glass. Something gentle, probably. Something true enough for the moment. Jules said, "Lena sent a card." I looked at her. "To the center, not to you specifically." She gave me a sideways glance. Though there was a drawing of a lifeguard with very dramatic hair. My hair is not dramatic. It was in the drawing. What did the card say? Jules looked back at the pool. "Thank you," that was all. It was enough and not enough, like Nadine had warned. Before I left, I walked to the viewing glass. The water below caught the overhead lights in long white strips. The new LEDs matched now. No yellow panels. No uneven glow. No old window above the deep end to bend one person into another. My reflection floated on the glass in front of me, faint over the pool beyond. It was mine. I lifted my stitched hand. The reflection lifted its hand with me. No delay. No wrong angle. Still, just before I turned away, something small and silver flashed near the bottom of lane 4. A coin, maybe. A hair clip. A bubble catching light from a kickboard. A normal thing. A thing I did not ask anyone to check. I went home with my groceries thawing in the trunk and the smell of chlorine following me all the way to the car. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time I heard a voice come from an urn, I blamed the ventilation. That sounds like the sort of thing people say after they have already decided their life has become strange. But in the moment, it was simple, mechanical. A bad bearing in a fan, metal contracting after heat, air dragging through some gap behind the retort room wall and squeezing itself into a sound, almost like a person trying not to cry. The urn was on the stainless steel cooling table, still warm enough that heat lifted from it in thin waves. I had one glove on and one glove half off, my thumb caught in the cuff, and I stood there listening while the overhead fluorescents ticked and the exhaust system hummed hard enough to make my molars feel loose. My name is Caleb Rowe. I was 34 then, male, and I worked the late shift at Northridge Crematory outside Erie, Pennsylvania, where the cemetery map looked prettier than the building itself. From the road, Northridge was all clipped grass, brick pillars, maple trees, and a tasteful little sign that made grieving families feel like they were pulling into a place with order. Behind that, past the chapel and the columbarium wall, the crematory was a low concrete addition with 2 retorts, a prep room, a walk-in cooler, and a loading bay that always smelled faintly of wet cardboard, no matter how often we washed it down. People think crematoriums smell like death. They don't, not usually. They smell like hot dust, disinfectant, printer toner, old coffee, and the oily metal smell that clings to machines that work too hard. On damp nights, the place also smelled like Lake Erie, weather had gotten trapped in the cinder blocks. I had been there 6 years, long enough to stop flinching at the vocabulary. Case number, chain of custody, temporary container, cremated remains. Long enough to learn that professionalism is not the same as numbness. You can do the paperwork right, check the metal ID disc, log the weight, sweep the chamber, process the remains, and still go home with a hand tremor because a family taped a child's drawing to a cardboard cremation container. My private shame was that I was good at keeping my face still. Too good, maybe. My mother used to say I could stand in front of a house fire and look like I was waiting for a bus. She meant it as criticism. After my younger brother Owen died in a motorcycle crash when I was 22, I learned there were people who wanted grief to be visible so they could trust it. I never managed that. I got quiet. I got practical. I made calls, signed papers, picked up flowers. At Northridge, that made me useful. It also made me afraid that something in me had hardened without my permission. That night, a Thursday in late October, we were running behind because the afternoon retort cycle had faulted out twice. The control panel threw a burner alarm, then cleared itself, then threw it again. Nothing catastrophic, just enough to make everybody tense and force us to push 2 cases into the evening. A storm had come through around 6, flattening leaves against the blacktop and rattling the chapel doors like someone testing the handles. By 9, the rain had thinned to a cold mist. The parking lot lights shone in watery orange circles. Somewhere beyond the loading bay, a truck on Route 20 downshifted, the engine brake coughing through the wet air. I was processing the cremated remains of Case 24-1187, a man named Daniel Kessler, 71, when I heard it. Not words, not exactly, more like breath shaped around consonants. I had just finished the magnetic sweep for metal fragments. The processor had done its grinding, reducing bone fragments to the coarse, gray-white consistency families expect when they hear the word ashes, even though the truth is heavier and more granular. I had cleaned the lid of the temporary urn, matched the ID disc again, and set the label flat with both thumbs. Then came the sound. Cal. I turned fast enough that my elbow knocked the empty plastic remains bag off the table. It slid to the floor with a dry scrape. The prep room was empty except for me, the rolling cart, the sealed urn, and the little wall clock above the wash sink that made a sticky click every time the second hand moved. The red in use light over retort 2 glowed through the interior window. Beyond the glass, fire moved behind the viewing port in restless orange pulses. I waited. The exhaust hummed. A bead of condensation ran down the inside of the window. Not funny, I said, because speaking to an empty room is less frightening when you pretend someone is hiding nearby being childish. No answer. The urn sat where I had left it, matte black, temporary plastic, the kind we placed inside a velvet bag before transfer, unless the family had purchased something nicer. Its lid was sealed. The label read Kessler, Daniel R. The printed letters were clean and flat. I crouched, picked up the bag, and told myself the sound had come from the intercom. North Ridge had an intercom system old enough to qualify as folklore. The front office could page the retort room, the chapel, the family arrangement room, and the garage. But the wires ran through walls nobody had opened since the late 80s. Sometimes, the chapel microphone picked up the florist's radio. Sometimes the arrangement room speaker crackled with a half-second of somebody's phone call from the office if the handset was too close. Once, in the middle of a veteran's service, the chapel ceiling speaker had produced a full burst of country music from the groundskeeper's pickup. We never found out how. So I went to the wall panel and pressed the talk button. Office, static scratched back. I pressed again. Mara, you on the line? A pause. Then Mara's voice came through thin and annoyed. I'm elbow deep in death certificates. What? Mara Finch was 46, female, and our night supervisor in the way that a person becomes a supervisor at a small funeral operation by being the one least likely to panic, least likely to quit, and most likely to know which county office still used fax machines. She had short, gray blonde hair, reading glasses she wore on a beaded chain, and a voice that made even florists apologize. Mara was not cruel. She just believed grief deserved competence more than softness, and she had no patience for anyone who confused the two. "You page me?" I asked. "No, any sound come through your end, besides the printer dying one page at a time. I thought I heard my name. You're alone back there." "Yeah, then I hope it was Jesus, because I'm not walking back in these shoes." I smiled despite myself. Retort 2's holding steady. "It's green on my screen. Need me to check the log?" "No, I've got it." "Drink water," she said. "What? You get weird when you forget. You stare at things. Drink water." The intercom clicked off. I stood with my thumb still on the button, feeling faintly embarrassed. Mara had known me long enough to recognize the dry mouth, headache version of me that came from too much coffee and too little food. There was a half-eaten gas station turkey sandwich in the break room fridge with my name written on the paper bag. I had been ignoring it for 3 hours because a man in a navy blue suit had come in before closing to ask whether we could guarantee his wife's wedding ring would be recovered before cremation. And the way his hands shook had lodged somewhere under my ribs. I crossed to the sink, drank from a paper cone cup, and listened to the plumbing knock in the wall. Then the urn whispered again. This time, I did not hear my name. I heard a wet little rasp, like air being pushed through dust. I turned slowly. The sound stopped. Retort 2's burner kicked higher with a dull whomp that vibrated through the floor. The room brightened for a second in the orange reflection on the glass. I took 3 steps toward the table and stopped at arm's length. "Okay," I said. It was the kind of okay you say before touching something hot. I leaned close, not close enough to put my ear against the urn, but close enough to smell the warm plastic and the sterile, powdery scent of processed remains. There was nothing, just the familiar layered noise of the building. Blower, refrigeration compressor, rain ticking on the vent hood outside, the soft electrical buzz from the ceiling lights. The prep room door opened behind me. I jerked upright. "Jesus," said Leo. Leo Hammond was 28 male and our newest crematory operator, though new meant he had been there 10 months, and still apologized to the machines when he bumped them with a cart. He had a narrow face, a shaved head, and tattooed forearms he kept covered around families because Mara told him death made people judgmental in unpredictable directions. Leo had served 4 years as an army mechanic before coming home to Pennsylvania, and he treated every malfunction like it might be a personal insult. He also hated confined spaces, though he tried hard to hide it. If a cart jammed near the cooler door, he always found a reason for someone else to step inside. "You look guilty," he said. "You're early." I was in the garage, door sensor S doing that chirping thing again. He glanced at the urn. "Kessler done?" "Yeah, you okay?" "Fine." Leo did not believe people when they said fine. That was one of the things I liked about him, and one of the things that made him irritating after midnight. He came beside me, careful not to crowd, and looked from my face to the urn. What happened? Nothing. Nothing made you stand over Mr. Kessler like he owed you money. I pulled off my remaining glove. The inside snapped against my wrist. I heard something. Leo's expression changed, but only a little. His mouth tightened. In the retort room, people learn not to react too much too quickly. Machine sound, probably. What kind? I rubbed my forehead, like a whisper. Leo blinked once. From where? That's the stupid part. He looked at the urn again. I expected a joke. Leo made jokes when the work got too close. Not disrespectful ones, never about the deceased, but about printers, paperwork, Pennsylvania weather, and the ancient coffee maker in the break room that sounded like a raccoon drowning in gravel. This time he didn't joke. He stepped closer and bent slightly at the waist. We listened. Nothing. He exhaled through his nose. Could be off-gassing. It's sealed. Doesn't mean pressure can't shift. Warm contents, cooler room, cheap lid. You get a little hiss. Your brain makes it a word. That was sensible. I loved him for saying it. Right, I said. He tapped the table beside the urn with one knuckle, not touching the container. Or vibration from the processor. Did you shut it all the way down? I looked at the processor. The switch was off. The lid was latched. A fine dusting of pale residue clung in the seam at the base, despite the wipe down. I made a mental note to clean it better before the morning shift, because a dirty room was one of Mara's few unforgivable sins. It's off, I said. Leo nodded toward retort 2. Hernandez still running. Another 40 minutes. Want me to take final processing? No, he gave me a side look. That was quick. I'm already here. Caleb, what? You've been here since noon. So have you. Yeah, but I took dinner like a human man. Before I could answer, the intercom snapped on with a pop. Caleb, Mara said, is Leo back there? Leo reached past me and pressed the button. Present and handsome. Debatable. Bring your handsome self to the office. We've got a family at the front door. I frowned. At 9:30, Mara sighed through the speaker. Mrs. Kessler's daughter says she called ahead. She did not. Leo looked at the urn. I pressed the button. We're not scheduled for pickup until tomorrow. I am holding that information in my heart, Mara said. She says she drove from Cleveland and has to be back before morning. Can we release tonight? Paperwork says authorized representative is the daughter. Photo ID matches if it's her. Payment cleared. Technically, yes. Technically was a word that often meant someone would be angry no matter what we did. I just finished processing, I said. Then bag him and bring him up. And Caleb, yeah, face. The intercom clicked off. Leo muttered, she says that like you can swap it. I have a face. You have a funeral home face, like a sympathetic shovel. I took a fresh velvet bag from the cabinet and held it open. Leo lifted the urn carefully, both hands, label facing up. For a second, as it left the steel table, there was a soft shifting inside. Normal, weight settling. Granular remains sliding against plastic. Still, both of us paused. Leo's eyes flicked to mine. You heard that, I said. I heard ashes move. Right. Which is what ashes do when you move them. Right. But neither of us moved for another beat. Then he lowered the urn into the bag. Front office at Northridge sat at the end of a narrow hallway lined with framed photographs of the property in better seasons. Spring dogwoods, summer lawns, autumn wreaths, winter snow on granite markers. The hallway lights were warmer than the prep room lights, but they always felt staged to me, like a hotel trying to comfort people with lamps. As we walked, the bag in my hands had a steady, awkward weight. Not heavy like a person, heavy like responsibility. Voices carried from the reception area. One was Mara's, low and controlled. The other belonged to a woman trying very hard not to raise her voice. "I understand policy," she was saying. "I'm telling you, my mother doesn't know I'm here. That's why I need this handled tonight." Leo glanced at me. Mara saw us enter and gave a tiny shake of her head that meant don't ask yet. The woman at the counter turned. She was in her early 40s, with damp brown hair tucked into the collar of a wool coat and mascara smudged under one eye. She held a leather purse against her stomach like it was armor. "This is Erin Kessler," Mara said, 42, female, Mr. Kessler's daughter, and listed authorized representative. Erin looked at the velvet bag in my hands and seemed to shrink around it. Then she straightened, almost angrily, as if grief had embarrassed her. "You're sure it's him?" she asked. Mara did not blink. "We verify identity at every stage." "I know, I'm sorry. Erin pressed 2 fingers under her nose. "My mother is saying things. I need to know this is done." "What kind of things?" Leo asked before he could stop himself. Mara's eyes cut toward him. Erin looked at Leo, then at me, measuring whether we were safe strangers or just employees in matching dark polos. "She keeps saying he called her," Erin said. The office lights buzzed overhead. Rain clicked against the front windows, tiny and persistent. Mara folded her hands on the counter. "People experience grief in different ways." "No, I don't mean a dream. I mean she says his phone called her house." I looked down at the bag. Erin kept talking, faster now. "His phone was destroyed in the accident. The state police gave us pieces in a plastic bag, but my mother says the landline rang last night and caller ID showed his name. She picked up and heard. She stopped, swallowed. Static, breathing. Maybe a pocket dial from someone who got the number reassigned. I don't know. She's 80. She's been up for 2 days. I just need to take him home before she starts calling churches or lawyers or whoever she thinks can undo this." Mara's expression softened by about 1 degree. For Mara, that was practically an embrace. "I'm sorry," she said. "That sounds very hard." Erin nodded once, too sharp. "Can I sign?" Mara slid the release form across the counter. While Erin bent over it, her pen scratching hard enough to dent the paper, Leo leaned close to me and whispered, "Phone spoofing." I nodded. "Probably." He nodded too. Neither of us sounded convinced, because coincidence has a way of feeling personal in places like that. Erin finished signing. Mara checked the form, photocopied the ID, and moved with her usual exactness. The copier light slid under the lid with a pale green glow. Somewhere behind us, the building settled with a creak. Then the velvet bag in my hands made a sound. Small, dry. A faint rush of shifting material, followed by something that could have been air pressing through a tight seam. Erin looked up. "What was that?" she asked. "Plastic settling," I said immediately. Mara's eyes moved to me. Leo stopped breathing for half a second. Erin stared at the bag. "Can I see the urn?" "Of course," Mara said. I placed the bag on the counter and loosened the drawstring. My fingers felt too large, too clumsy. I lifted the urn out and set it down carefully. The label faced Erin. She reached toward it, then pulled her hand back. "That's not his middle initial," she said. Mara leaned in. The label read KESSLER. Daniel B. Not R. I stared at it. "That's impossible," I said. Mara's voice went flat. "Caleb, I checked it." She took the urn, turned it slightly, and examined the printed label. "This says B. I know what it says." "I thought you said R," Leo said. It was R. Erin's face had gone blank in a way I recognized from arrangement rooms when the mind refuses one more piece of information. "His name is Daniel Robert Kessler." Mara looked at me. Not angry yet. Worse. Alert. "Everyone stay where you are," she said. That was the first moment the night stopped feeling like a string of explainable annoyances and became a procedure. Mara took the urn back behind the counter, set it on a clear spot, and opened the case management system on her computer. Her nails clicked against the keyboard. Leo went pale under the office lights. Erin stood with her arms folded tight, wet coat dripping onto the carpet. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, but beneath it, from somewhere down the hall, Retort 2's burner cycled lower. Mara read from the screen. Case 24-1187. Daniel Robert Kessler. ID Disc 24-1187. Temporary urn label printed at 8:56 p.m. by user C. Rowe. Middle initial R. She turned the urn. The label still said B. Leo said, "Printer error." Mara's jaw shifted. A printer error doesn't change after application. "Maybe you printed the wrong label," Erin said. Her voice had a dangerous calm to it. "I didn't," I said too quickly. Mara lifted one hand. "No one is accusing anyone, we verify." She looked at me. "Caleb, go back to the prep room. Bring the remains processing log, the duplicate label sheet from the printer tray, and the metal ID disc record. Leo, go with him." Erin said, "I'm not leaving without my father." Mara met her eyes. "I'm not releasing anything until I know exactly what this is." The word "this" sat between us. I did not want to go back down that hallway. That embarrassed me more than the fear itself. The crematory was my workplace, my machines, my logs, my ordinary world of checklists, heat gloves, and bad coffee. But the hallway looked longer now, the framed cemetery photos too glossy, the warm lamps too weak. Leo touched my elbow lightly. "Come on." We walked back without speaking. Halfway down the hall, the intercom crackled. Not from the office speaker, from the prep room. A thin hiss crawled through the system, then a sound like someone moving their mouth too close to a microphone. Leo stopped. I stopped with him. The speaker above the hall door popped once. Not the word, if it was a word, dragged itself through static and died. Leo whispered, "Tell me that was Mara." I reached for the prep room door handle. Inside, the processor sat off. The cooling table was empty. Retort 2 glowed beyond the glass. The duplicate labels lay in the printer tray, one sheet curled at the corner. The intercom panel light was on. No one was pressing it. From the speaker came a soft, dusty rasp. Then nothing. Leo backed one step into the hall. "We should call Mara. We need the log." "Caleb, we need the log," I repeated, because procedure was the only thing in the room that still had edges. I crossed to the clipboard by the processor. My handwriting was there. Time, case number, ID verification, operator initials. Daniel R. Kessler. The duplicate label sheet in the tray had one missing label. The remaining print beside the empty space read KESSLER, Daniel R. I held it up. Leo looked at it, then toward the hall, then toward the intercom panel with its little red light still glowing. "Okay," he said. "We take that to Mara." But when I turned back toward the door, I heard the sound again. Not from the intercom, from the cooling table. A faint scratching, like grit moving inside plastic. Except the urn was in the office. Leo heard it too. I could tell because his shoulders lifted and stayed there. On the lower shelf of the steel table, half hidden behind a stack of empty remains boxes, sat another black temporary urn. No label on the front. No velvet bag. No paperwork. Just the urn, warm enough to fog the metal above it in a pale oval. Leo said, very softly, "That wasn't there." I wanted to say yes, it was. I wanted to say we had missed it, that the day shift had left it, that some ordinary mistake had placed an unlabeled container under the table where no unlabeled container should ever be. Instead, I stood with the clipboard in one hand and the duplicate label sheet in the other while the building hummed around us. From the office end of the hall, Mara called, "Caleb." Leo looked at me. I looked at the unlabeled urn. We had two choices then. We could shut the prep room door, bring Mara the paperwork, call the police, and treat the urn as evidence in a chain of custody failure. That was the correct choice, the defensible choice. Or we could open the case log cabinet first and find out whether Northridge had misplaced a dead person before a grieving daughter saw us panic. I reached for the cabinet key on my belt. Leo caught my wrist. "Think before you do that," he said. The unlabeled urn ticked once as it cooled. Then from inside it, something whispered hard enough to move the lid. Mara's rule was simple. When identity gets uncertain, everything stops. Not slows down. Not pauses while someone finishes a sentence. Stops. Bodies do not move. Remains do not transfer. Paperwork gets marked, time-stamped, and witnessed. Doors get locked. Phones get answered with the kind of careful language that sounds cold because it has to survive court. I knew that rule. I had trained Leo on that rule. And still, with the unlabeled urn ticking on the lower shelf like it had its own little pulse, my hand stayed on the case log cabinet key. "Caleb," Leo said again. His fingers were around my wrist, not tight, just enough to remind me there was another living person in the room. He smelled faintly of rain and vending machine coffee. His eyes kept moving from the urn to the prep room door, then to the intercom panel, where the red light had gone dark. "We should get Mara," he said. "We will. You're saying that like people say they're going to the dentist. I need to see if there's an open case. We have an unlabeled container of human remains under a table. That's not an open case. That's a disaster." The urn made another soft tick as plastic adjusted to the room temperature. Normal sound. I told myself that. The same way houses pop in winter and cars ping after a long drive. Nothing about it had to mean anything except warm material cooling. But then there had been the whisper. I pulled my wrist free, gently enough that Leo did not take it as a fight. If Mara sees that without any context, she shuts the whole building down. She should. And Erin Kessler is standing in the office. Her father's label changed in her hands. It did not change in her hands. You know what I mean, Leo's face tightened. No, I don't, because every time we say it like that, we make it sound like something impossible happened. That's why I need the log. No, that's why we need a witness. From the hallway, Mara called again, sharper this time. Caleb, Leo, I lowered my voice. 30 seconds. Leo stared at me like he was watching me step onto thin ice and asked him to admire my balance. 30, he said. The key scraped into the lock. The case log cabinet was an old beige metal thing that probably came from a hospital office in 1993. It held our active cremation authorizations, retort cycle sheets, tracking logs, incident forms, maintenance reports, and the kind of backup paper records that only seem outdated until a computer goes down. I pulled open the drawer marked active/pending, and the suspension rails shrieked. Keep your voice down, Leo whispered, which was absurd because the drawer had already announced us to half the building. I flipped through folders by case number. 24-11-86, 24-11-87, 24-11-88. My thumb stopped. There should have been 2 active cases tonight after Kessler. Maria Hernandez in retort 2 and Alvin Brooks scheduled for the morning. Brooks was still in the cooler, uncremated, because his authorization had come late from Buffalo. Hernandez was in process, but tucked behind Hernandez's folder was a loose intake sheet I did not recognize. No folder, no printed authorization packet, just one page folded in half, damp at one corner, as if someone had handled it with wet fingers. The name line was blank. Case number 24-11-91. Container type temporary. ID disk not listed. Received by CR my initials. I stared at them. Leo leaned over my shoulder. What the hell is that? I didn't receive this. Caleb, I didn't. The handwriting was close enough to mine that the room seemed to tilt slightly. It had the same narrow C, the same hard slant on the R, but I knew my own handwriting the way you know a scar on your hand. This was almost right, too careful, like somebody had practiced it. Mara appeared in the doorway before I could fold the sheet back. She was not out of breath, but she had moved fast. I could tell from the way her glasses sat crooked on her nose. What are you doing? She asked. Neither of us answered quickly enough. Her gaze dropped to the open drawer, then to the paper in my hand. I told you to bring the log, not audit the archive. There's another intake sheet, I said. Her expression did not change. That was how I knew she understood. What other intake sheet? I held it out. She crossed the room, took the page, and read it once. Then again. Her mouth went flat. Where did this come from? Behind Hernandez. And where is the matching folder? There isn't one. Mara looked at Leo. He pointed under the cooling table, reluctant as a kid tattling on someone older. There's an urn. Mara bent slightly and saw it. For a second, nobody spoke. The building filled the gap for us. Retort 2's blower, the cooler compressor kicking on beyond the prep room wall, rain tapping at the exterior vent, the faint electrical buzz of fluorescent tubes that should have been replaced months before. A strip of light trembled across the unlabeled urn's lid. Mara stood up. No one touches it. I didn't, I said. You touched the cabinet after you found it. I was trying to. I know what you were trying to do. She turned toward the hall. Office. Now, both of you. Leo moved immediately. I did not. Mara, I said, that sheet says I received it. And did you? No. Then that is why we do this correctly. That should have landed. It should have snapped me back to myself. But all I could see were my initials on that damp paper and Aaron Kessler in the office. One bad minute away from calling her mother, her lawyer, or every local news station between Erie and Cleveland. My face must have shown something because Mara softened, just a little. Caleb, she said quietly, your fear of being blamed cannot be the thing steering us. It was a clean hit. I looked away first. My fear wasn't just being blamed. It was being wrong in a place where being wrong meant a family might bury a mistake. It was the old fear, the Owen fear, the one I carried from the day I signed a hospital release form because my mother's hands shook too badly. I had spent 12 years making myself useful in rooms where other people fell apart. If my initials were on a false intake sheet, then usefulness had become something fragile, something someone could forge with a pen. Office, Mara repeated. We went. Erin Kessler was on her phone when we reached the reception area, whispering with her back to the counter. The velvet bag and the disputed urn sat behind Mara's monitor, no longer within her reach. I noticed that immediately. Mara had moved it away from the public side, maybe from instinct, maybe from fear Erin would grab it. No, Mom, I'm still here, Erin said into the phone. No, don't come down. Please don't come down. I'm handling it. Mara gave us a look that meant stay quiet. Erin pressed a hand over her free ear. Mom, listen to me. Do not call that number again. I felt Leo shift beside me. Erin saw us watching and turned toward the window, but the front glass was black with rain and reflected her face back at her. Because it is Dad, she said. Because Dad is dead. The sentence came out too loud. She closed her eyes. The office seemed to hold the words, not dramatically, not like a movie, but in the plain, ugly way a room holds a dropped plate. Mara lowered her chin and waited. Erin hung up after promising 3 more times that she would call back. My mother says the number called again, she said. What number? Mara asked. My father's cell. That phone was destroyed, I said. Erin gave me a look. I remember. Mara kept her voice even. Can you show me? Erin hesitated, then unlocked her phone and turned it around. The recent call log showed Mom at the top, then a screenshot her mother had sent. It was blurry, angled, taken of a landline caller ID screen in a dim kitchen. KESSLER Daniel 9:47 p.m. My stomach tightened. It was 9:49. Leo rubbed his mouth with one hand. Spoofed number. People do it all the time. Who? Erin asked. Scammers, robocalls. At the exact time I'm here, Leo did not answer. Mara said, Mrs. Kessler, we have an identification discrepancy that we are investigating. Because of that, we can't release remains tonight. Erin looked at the urn behind the monitor. You said technically yes. That was before the discrepancy. What discrepancy? Mara glanced at me. It was a tiny movement, but Erin caught it. The label does not match the printed record, Mara said. Erin stared at her. What does that mean? It means we verify before release. No, I want plain English. Mara inhaled through her nose. Plain English is that the printed label currently on this temporary urn shows the wrong middle initial. Our duplicate record shows the correct one. We will not release until we confirm the internal identification disc and all paperwork. Aaron's face changed in pieces. Confusion first, then fear, then anger came in, hot and useful. You lost him. No, Mara said, you lost my father. We have not established that. Then establish it. That's what we're doing. Aaron pointed toward the hallway. Then open it. Mara's voice sharpened. We do not open remains containers in the reception office. Then take it back there. We need to follow chain of custody procedure. I don't care about your procedure. I do, Mara said, because it is what protects your father. That landed harder than any apology would have. Aaron's arm dropped. She looked suddenly exhausted, the fight draining out of her shoulders. What happens now? She asked. Mara looked at the wall clock. I call the funeral director on call. I call the owner. I document the discrepancy. We secure the prep room. We review the logs and camera footage. If we cannot reconcile the issue immediately, we notify the county coroner's office. Tonight, yes, Aaron wiped under one eye with the heel of her hand. My mother is going to come here. Tell her not to. You think that works? As if answering her, headlights swept across the front windows. Slow, wide. A vehicle turned into the drive and stopped crookedly near the chapel entrance. The beams washed over the rain-slicked walkway and caught the cemetery map sign in a hard white glare. Aaron went to the glass. Oh no, a car door opened outside. A small elderly woman in a tan coat stepped out, holding a clear umbrella that immediately flipped in the wind. My mother, Aaron said. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. Leo, front door. Leo moved, but the power dipped before he reached it. Not out, just down. The lights sagged to a sick yellow. The computer monitor blinked black, came back with the case management screen frozen mid-window. The copier chirped. Somewhere in back, a relay clicked hard. Then the alarm on retort 2 began to scream. A steady electronic tone, high and urgent, nothing like the soft building noises we had been explaining away all night. Mara turned. Burner fault, Leo said. No, I said. I was already moving. That tone's pressure. Mara snapped into motion. Aaron, stay here. My mother is outside. Then bring her inside and stay in the reception area. Do not go down the hall. The alarm kept going. High, relentless. It dug into my teeth. Leo and I ran down the hall, shoes skidding slightly on the polished floor. Behind us, the front door opened, and wind pushed rain's smell into the building, cold and leaf-thick. Aaron called, Mom, come on, come inside. And an older woman's voice answered in a panicked, breathless rhythm I couldn't make out. In the retort room, the control panel flashed amber. Exhaust pressure fault draft failure cycle hold retort 2 was still active. Maria Hernandez, 83, female, scheduled through Lakeside Funeral Home, was mid-cycle. You do not simply stop a cremation in the middle unless the machine makes you. Even then, you do not open anything. Heat, pressure, smoke, partially combusted material, refractory brick hot enough to damage skin from too close. Everything in that room could hurt you if you got proud or sloppy. Leo grabbed the laminated troubleshooting sheet from the wall. His hands shook just enough to make the plastic flap. Draft motor, he said. Maybe the stack damper. The exhaust fan above us changed pitch, rising and falling like it was fighting something in its throat. Mara came in behind us, phone in hand. On-call director isn't answering. Call Darren, I said. I am calling Darren. Darren Pike was 58, male, the owner of North Ridge, and the kind of man who treated maintenance budgets like moral insults. He lived 20 minutes away in Mill Creek and liked to remind us that his father had run the old retort 30 years with a wrench and common sense. Darren was also the only person besides Mara with authority to shut down the facility and call emergency maintenance without getting screamed at later. Mara put the phone to her ear. Voicemail. The alarm pulsed into a faster tone. Leo read from the sheet. Check exterior exhaust intake for blockage. That's on the roof, I said. Stack access is outside by the loading bay too. Not the top screen. Mara covered the phone. Can we stabilize it? I looked at the panel. Temperature holding high. Draft reading dropping. If the draft keeps failing, the system should go safe hold and shut burners. But if the fan is blocked and pressure backs up, plain English, we could get smoke and fumes venting into the room. Leo looked at the ceiling. The room already smelled different, not strong, not dramatic, just a bitter hot edge beneath the usual machine odor like scorched dust and pennies. Mara heard my pause. What do you need? Someone has to check the exterior stack and intake before the system forces a full shutdown. In this weather, now, Leo swallowed. I'll go. No, I said too quickly. His eyes cut to me. What? You hate the stack access. That's not the stack. It's outside. The roof ladder's caged. I said I'll go. Mara looked between us. Caleb goes. Leo stays at the panel. Leo's jaw flexed. He knew why. The roof ladder had a protective cage that narrowed near the top. He would do it if ordered, and he would spend every rung pretending he was fine until he was. That was Leo. Brave in a way that made him stupid when he felt watched. I grabbed my rain jacket from the hook and the big flashlight from the charging dock. Call 911 if smoke enters the building, I said. Mara nodded. Not Darren first. Not the owner. 911. I heard you. The loading bay door opened with a groan, and wet wind slapped my face. The yard behind the crematory was ugly in the security lights. Dumpster, propane cage, cracked asphalt, stacked pallets, the low utility shed, and beyond that the cemetery falling away into rows of dark stones. Rain misted sideways. The stack rose along the back wall, stainless steel, catching the light in dull strips. Near its base was an access panel and an intake screen protected by a metal hood. I splashed through a shallow puddle, flashlight beam jumping. At first, I saw leaves. A mat of wet maple leaves plastered over the lower intake screen, thick as a blanket. That was plausible, annoying, dangerous but ordinary. The storm had blown half the cemetery against our wall. Crouched, set the flashlight between my knees, and pulled leaves away by the handful. They came apart in cold clumps, black water running over my gloves. Then my fingers hit plastic. Not a bag. Tape. A strip of clear packing tape had been stretched across the intake behind the leaves, pressed tight over the mesh. Another strip crossed it. Then another, deliberate, hidden by the leaf mat. I stopped breathing through my nose. The alarm wailed through the wall behind me, muffled but present. I pulled the tape loose. It fought me, adhesive gone slick, but still strong. The first strip snapped back and stung my wrist. The second peeled away with a wet, ripping sound. Under it, something fluttered inside the intake hood. A paper tag. I angled the flashlight. It was one of our temporary remains labels, stuck face down to the mesh. I peeled it off and turned it over. No name, just a case number printed in our office font. 241191. The blank intake sheet number. Behind me, gravel shifted. I swung the flashlight around. For half a second, the beam caught someone at the edge of the loading bay light. A figure in a dark hooded jacket, standing near the utility shed where the security camera had a blind spot Mara complained about every winter. "Hey," I shouted. The figure ran, not toward the road, toward the cemetery. I went after them without thinking. That was my first mistake. The asphalt gave way to wet grass. My work shoes slipped immediately. The person ahead of me cut between two rows of headstones, fast and low, one hand up to keep the hood in place. I saw no face, only the pale flash of a wrist. The cemetery lights were motion activated and slow. Each one blinked awake too late, illuminating empty grass after the runner had already passed. "Stop," I yelled, which never works, but your mouth does what television taught it. My left foot slid in mud. I caught myself against a granite marker, hard enough to jam my thumb. Pain shot up my hand. The runner reached the maintenance lane beyond the columbarium wall. A dark vehicle waited there with its lights off. A van, maybe, or an SUV. The side door opened from inside. The runner climbed in. The vehicle started and rolled away with no headlights until it reached the far curve by the cemetery's old iron gate. Then red brake lights glowed once, dim through the rain, and vanished onto the service road. I stood in the wet grass, chest heaving, flashlight beam shaking over names carved in stone. My phone vibrated. "Mara," I answered. "Get back here," she said. Her voice was too controlled. The intake was taped. Someone blocked it. "I know, the pressure's recovering. Get back." There was someone outside. A pause. Then, from somewhere inside the building behind her, I heard Erin scream. Not a horror movie scream, a real one. Short, raw, and cut off by panic. "Mara, get back now." The line went dead. I ran. By the time I reached the loading bay, my jacket was soaked through and my thumb throbbed. Leo was at the retort panel, one hand braced against the wall, the other hovering over the controls. The alarm had changed to intermittent beeps. The draft numbers climbed slowly back into range. "What happened?" he asked. "Someone taped the intake." His face went slack. "What? Where's Mara? Office?" I didn't wait. The hallway felt too warm after outside. My wet shoes squeaked. At the reception end, I found Erin pressed against the wall beside the front desk, one hand clamped over her mouth. Her mother stood in the middle of the room, tiny under her tan coat, staring at the disputed urn on Mara's counter. This was Ruth Kessler, 80, female, Daniel's widow. She had white hair flattened by rain, thin wrists, and the stunned, furious look of someone who had been treated like a child for too long. Mara stood between Ruth and the counter, with both hands out. The urn lid was off. Ashes had spilled across the counter in a gray fan, gritty and pale under the office lights. For one insane second, I thought Ruth had opened it. Then I saw the small screwdriver on the carpet, and the back door behind the reception file cabinets was ajar. The staff entrance, the door we kept locked. Mara looked at me. "Someone came in while we were at the retort," she said. On the counter, half buried in the spilled remains, was the metal ID disc. Mara picked it up with 2 fingers. She read the number. Not 241187, not Daniel Kessler, 241191. Ruth Kessler made a small animal sound and reached for her daughter. Erin caught her. Leo arrived behind me and whispered, "Caleb." I turned. Down the hallway from the prep room intercom, a voice crackled through the speaker. This time, it was not a whisper. It was a recording, distorted but clear enough. My own voice said, "Received by CR," then the power went out. The emergency lights came on one by one, not all at once. First, the red block over the reception door flickered alive, buzzing like an angry insect. Then, the little battery lamps in the hallway clicked on, casting weak cones of light down the carpet toward the prep room. Last came the retort room backup panel, a dull amber glow that made every surface look smoked, even the ones that were clean. For 3 seconds after the power went out, nobody moved. Ruth Kessler clung to Erin with both hands twisted into her daughter's coat. Erin stared at the spilled ashes on the counter, her face gone loose with shock. Mara held the metal ID disc between 2 fingers, frozen in the act of reading it. Leo stood just behind me, breathing too fast through his nose. The intercom was dead now. The recording of my voice had stopped when the lights cut. Received by CR, those 3 words stayed in the room anyway. "Don't touch anything," Mara said. Her voice was low, but it carried. It was the first solid thing after the dark. Ruth let out a small broken sound. "That is not my husband." Mara didn't answer quickly enough. Erin turned on her. "Is it?" "We don't know yet," Mara said. "You always know," Ruth said. Her voice was thin but fierce. "That is what you people say. You say you know." I wanted to speak. I wanted to tell her that we checked the ID disc at every stage, that a label could be wrong without the remains being wrong, that a disc number could be misread in bad light. That panic makes every system look more broken than it is. I wanted to give her something shaped like comfort. But the disc in Mara's hand read 241191. And case 241191 was not supposed to exist. Mara set the disc on a clean white release form, folded the paper over without touching the ashes, and pointed at Leo. "Take Mrs. Kessler and Erin to the chapel." Erin snapped, "No, the chapel has exterior doors and emergency lighting. I'm not leaving him." "You don't know that this is him," Mara said. That was cruel only because it was true. Ruth's knees bent slightly. Erin caught her harder under the arms. "Mara," I said. She looked at me. The retort, that broke through. Retort 2 was still mid-cycle in the back of the building. The outage should have triggered the generator for the cremation systems within seconds. Northridge's office could go dark. The chapel could go dark. The computer system could die and take every schedule with it. But the retorts had their own backup transfer switch, because halfway through a cycle was no place for improvisation. The generator should have started. It hadn't. From the retort room came no steady blower hum now, no burner roar, just a cooling tick, heavy and irregular, like a machine swallowing heat. Mara looked toward the hall. Caleb, with me, Leo Chapel. Leo's eyes flicked toward the dark hallway. They shouldn't be alone. They won't be, you'll be with them. What about the person who came in? Then keep them in sight and lock the chapel door behind you. Aaron said, I'm calling 911. Good, Mara said. Aaron held up her phone, then looked at the screen. No signal. That was not unusual in the building. The crematory sat low behind a cemetery hill, cinder block and brick wrapped around old wiring. Phones failed there all the time unless you stood near the front windows or outside by the chapel sign. But in that moment, it felt arranged. Mara grabbed the landline behind the desk. No dial tone. She tapped the receiver button twice, hard. Nothing. Phone system S on the router, Leo said. Router's down. We have the old line in the chapel office, Mara said. Analog. Darren didn't cheap out and cancel it. He did, I said. Mara stared at me. Last winter, I said. He said we were paying for ghosts. For a second, her control cracked. Not much. Just enough for her mouth to tighten around a word she didn't say. Then she turned back into herself. Chapel, now. Try cell service from the front steps. If you get through, say we have an active facility emergency, possible tampering, identity discrepancy, and an intruder on site. Ask for police and fire. Leo nodded. Come on. Aaron hesitated, then guided Ruth toward the front doors with Leo beside them. Ruth kept looking back at the counter, at the ashes spread in a gray fan, at the urn without its lid, at the little folded paper holding the disc. I turned away first. Attempt 1 was simple. Stabilize the building. The retort room was warmer than it should have been without the blower running. The emergency lamp over the control panel painted the machine fronts in amber and shadow. Retort 2's display still had power from its internal backup, but the screen blinked between fault messages. Power loss draft interrupt cycle suspended, do not open. No kidding, Mara muttered. The smell had deepened. Hot brick, burned dust, a bitter chemical edge from the emergency shutdown. It scratched the back of my throat. I checked the panel. Main power is out. Generator didn't transfer. Manual switch. In utility. Utility room sat beyond the retort room, through a steel door beside the cooler, then down 3 concrete steps into a narrow service space that held the breaker panels, generator transfer box, water heater, mop sink, and old shelves of supplies Darren refused to throw away. The room had no windows. In normal light, it was ugly. In emergency light, it looked like a place designed for bad decisions. Mara followed me as far as the cooler door, then stopped. I'm staying here. You should go with Leo. I'm staying where I can see the retort and the hallway. We both knew what she meant. Someone had moved through the building while we were pulled outside. Someone had opened an urn in the office and left a screwdriver behind like a message. Procedure said preserve the scene, but procedure also assumed light, phones, and working locks. I took the flashlight from my jacket pocket. My left thumb pulsed where I had jammed it against the headstone outside. It had already begun to swell at the base, tight against the glove. Every time I bent it, pain ran into my wrist. Don't be stupid, Mara said. I'll try it once. I mean it. I know. The utility room door was heavier than usual, or my arm was weaker than I wanted to admit. It opened inward with a metal groan. The flashlight beam found the steps first, then the concrete floor below, then the black rectangle of the generator transfer box on the wall. Something moved at the edge of the beam. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the doorframe. Uddy shape hunched by the mop sink. Then it clattered. A bucket rolled out from under the sink, bumping the concrete, followed by the janitor's long-handled brush tipping slowly until it slapped the floor. I stared at it, heart hammering. From behind me, Mara said, "What? Bucket, bucket." Fell. "Caleb, it's fine." It was not fine, but it was explainable. The mop bucket had been stored badly on the bottom shelf. The vibration from the failed generator or the door opening must have shifted it. That was all. A bucket, not a person. Plastic wheels, not footsteps. My body did not accept the explanation right away. It kept dumping panic into my arms and legs, useless and hot. I went down the steps. The transfer switch handle was halfway between auto and manual, stuck in a position I had never seen it occupy. Beside it, the generator status light blinked red. Fault, low fuel. "That can't be right," I called. Mara stayed at the top of the steps. "Why?" "Darren had it serviced 2 weeks ago." I opened the panel cover. The service tag hung from a wire. Inspected, load tested, fuel at 78%. Signed by Great Lakes Power Systems. The gauge below the panel read empty. Not low, empty. The generator tank was outside behind the utility wall, fenced beside the propane cage. If someone had drained it, they had done it before the power cut. Maybe before the blocked intake. Maybe while we were all inside trusting machines that had already been made untrustworthy. I tried the manual transfer anyway. Nothing. The switch wouldn't engage. I lifted the flashlight and saw why. A small padlock had been snapped through the safety hasp on the manual lever. Not ours. New brass. No tag. Mara. She came down 2 steps to spite herself. I pointed. She said nothing for a moment. Then, very quietly, "Get back up here." "I can cut it." "With what?" "Bolt cutters in the garage." And whoever put that there knows where the bolt cutters are too. The retort panel beeped twice behind her. A new fault. Mara turned and went back. I looked once more at the lock. New brass, bright in the flashlight. Ordinary hardware store sabotage. No ghosts, no cursed ashes. Just a person who knew our weak points. That was worse. Attempt 1 failed. The generator was dead. The manual transfer locked. And retort 2 was sitting hot in a suspended cycle with Maria Hernandez inside, while the building breathed less air than it should. Attempt 2 was contact and evacuation. Mara and I returned to reception. The spilled remains still lay on the counter. In emergency light, the gray looked almost blue. I avoided looking at Ruth's face because I couldn't bear to see what that color did to her. Leo had the chapel doors open to the rain, stood just outside under the stone overhang, with Aaron's phone raised high in one hand and his own in the other, moving them around like dowsing rods. Aaron kept Ruth seated in the back pew nearest the aisle. The chapel was attached to the main building by a short interior corridor just past reception. But it felt like another world, carpeted, high-ceilinged, with 12 rows of pews, a lectern, a framed landscape print, and a discreet side door used during services to bring caskets in from the hall. Anything, Mara called. One bar that disappears when I look at it, Leo said. Aaron stood. I'm driving to the road. No, Mara said immediately. My car is right outside, and someone was just outside. I'm not staying here waiting for your phones to work. I don't blame you, but you're not walking your mother through a dark parking lot when we may have an intruder. Aaron's voice rose. Then come with us. Mara glanced toward the retort room. There it was, the trap tightening. We could not leave the machine. We could not release the family. We could not call out. We could not trust the doors. Ruth spoke from the pew. He said not to leave. Everyone turned. The old woman had both hands folded around her purse strap. Her wet white hair clung to her forehead. She looked very small and very awake. Who did? Aaron asked. Ruth looked at the floor, on the phone. Aaron closed her eyes. Mom. He said not to leave until Caleb fixed what he took. The chapel roof clicked under the rain. I felt every face turn toward me. I didn't take anything, I said. Ruth looked up then, and the anger in her was cleaner than her fear. He knew your name. Aaron crouched in front of her mother. Mom, it was Dad. I know what your father sounded like. No, you heard static and some sick person using his name. Ruth's lips trembled. He said the ashes were whispering because they were mixed. I stepped back without meaning to. Mara noticed. So did Leo. What exactly did you hear? Mara asked. Ruth shook her head. I am tired of being told I'm confused. No one here is saying that. My daughter says it with her eyebrows. Aaron flinched. The accusation was small and domestic, and so real that for a second the larger horror thinned. A mother and daughter, both terrified, both using the old tools they had always used on each other. Mara crouched beside the pew, bringing herself level with Ruth. I believe someone called you. I believe they said things meant to hurt you. I need to know the words so I can help prove it. Ruth held her gaze. Then she opened her purse. Inside was a little spiral notebook, the kind sold in packs of 3. She pulled it out and handed it to Mara. I wrote them down, she said, after the second call. Mara flipped it open under the emergency light. Her face changed. I leaned in. The handwriting was shaky, but legible. Don't let them burn Maria all the way. Case 1191 is not a man. CALEBSIGNED. ASHES whisper when teeth are left IN. Leo whispered, what the hell does that mean? Teeth survive cremation sometimes, I said automatically. Fragments, dental work. It's not the time, Mara said. Aaron stared at the notebook. Maria, that's the case in the machine. No one answered. She understood anyway. Why would my mother know that name? Ruth looked confused. I didn't, he told me. Mara stood slowly. We need the camera footage. That System S in the office, Leo said. Battery backup. For the recorder, maybe. Monitor's dead. The DVR has a local drive, I said. If it's still powered, we can pull clips once lights come back. Not later, Mara said. Now. The security room was not a room so much as a locked closet behind reception, between the public restroom and Mara's office. It held the network rack, DVR, router, alarm panel, and a mess of labeled cables that made sense only to the installer and, unfortunately, me. If there was footage of the staff entrance, loading bay, prep hallway, or chapel exterior, it lived there. Leo did not like closets. He especially did not like locked closets in powerless buildings, while someone had already moved through one of our blind spots. But he said, "I'll go." I saw his face when he said it. Pale, determined, angry at himself for being afraid. "No," I said. "Stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Deciding my fear is more important than yours." The words hit harder because he didn't shout them. Mara looked between us. "Both of you go. Door stays open. I stay with the family." The security closet door opened into darkness that smelled like warm plastic and dust. The backup unit inside beeped in a tired rhythm. Every 4 seconds, a little electronic complaint. The rack lights blinked green and amber. The DVR still had power. "Good," I said. Leo stood in the doorway, shoulders tight, refusing to step all the way in. I crouched by the rack. My thumbs screamed when I pulled the keyboard shelf out. The monitor wouldn't turn on, but the DVR had front panel controls and a tiny status display. "Drive active," I said. "Can you export?" "Not blind." "Can you check if it's recording?" I pressed the status button. Cam 1 online, Cam 2 online, Cam 3, no signal, Cam 4 online, Cam 5, no signal, Cam 6 online, Camera 3 was the staff entrance. Camera 5 was the loading bay. Of course they were down. Leo swore softly. I cycled event logs. At 9:41 p.m., Camera 3 signal lost. At 9:42, Camera 5 signal lost. At 9:44, retort pressure fault. At 9:47, office motion. At 9:48, power failure. "Someone killed the cameras before the alarm," I said. Leo leaned closer despite himself. "Office motion means the person who opened the urn." "Maybe." A sound came from inside the wall. 3 taps. Leo froze. Tap, tap, then a dragging scrape. He backed into the hallway so fast he hit the opposite wall. I stared into the closet, flashlight lifted, every muscle locked. The scrape came again. Inside the wall, behind the cable panel. Leo whispered, "There's someone in there." I almost believed it. The sound had a terrible patience. Tap, tap, drag, like fingernails testing drywall. Then the rack fan spun down. A cable slipped loose from the patch panel and knocked against the metal conduit. The loose end swung, tapped twice, and dragged along the wall plate. I reached out and stopped it with 2 fingers. "Cable," I said, though my voice did not sound brave. Leo laughed once. It had no humor in it. "I hate this building." That was the misdirection. Not a person in the wall. Not ashes whispering through wires. A loose cable swinging as the backup power dipped. But the facts it revealed were still bad. The cameras that mattered were dead before the sabotage became visible. Attempt 2 failed. We could not call out. We could not safely evacuate. We could not use the cameras to see who had entered. Every route toward clarity ended in another missing piece. When we returned to the chapel, Ruth was standing. "Mara," I said. Mara turned from the front window. "What? Where is Aaron?" Ruth answered before Mara could. "She went to get the car." Mara's face went white with anger. "What? She said she could drive to the road faster than waiting for you people." Leo was already moving. We ran through reception to the front doors. Rain blew in around us. Aaron's car sat under the portico, driver's door open, interior light glowing. "No Aaron." "Aaron," Leo shouted. The parking lot stretched in front of us, broken by puddles and orange light. Beyond it, the main drive curved past the cemetery office and down toward the road. Her keys dangled from the ignition. The engine was off. Mara grabbed Ruth by the shoulders when she tried to step outside. "Stay inside. My daughter inside." I took the flashlight and swept the ground. Wet footprints crossed from the driver's side toward the chapel side path, then doubled back toward the staff walkway between the chapel and crematory addition. Another set joined them there. Larger. Work boots. "Someone took her around the side," Leo said. "Or she followed someone," Mara said. We followed the footprints along the narrow concrete path that ran between the chapel wall and the crematory's exterior. On the left were stained glass windows dark from inside. On the right, the crematory wall, vents, conduit, gas lines, the locked staff entrance, the utility enclosure. The staff entrance door stood open again, this time wide. Inside, the hallway beyond was dark, except for emergency light spilling from reception at one end and amber glow from the retort room at the other. The building formed a crooked loop, reception and chapel at the front, hallway down the center, prep room and retorts at the back, utility and loading bay beyond. Whoever had Aaron could move through any of it. A sound came from the prep room, a chair scraping. Then Aaron's voice, muffled. "Get away from me." We entered fast. Too fast. The prep room was empty at first glance. Cooling table, processor, cabinet, sink, empty remains boxes, unlabeled urns still under the table. Then the walk-in cooler door thudded from inside. Once, twice, Leo stopped dead. The cooler was a stainless steel box set into the wall off the prep room, large enough to hold 4 covered cots and 2 transport racks. Its door had an interior safety release, but the latch had been unreliable for months. Darren had said replacing it could wait because nobody lives in there. Aaron screamed from inside. "Open it." Leo's face went gray. Confined spaces, cold rooms, doors that might not open. All of it landed on him at once. I reached the cooler first and yanked the handle. It did not move. A chain had been looped through the exterior latch and around the door rail. Another new brass padlock held it shut. Aaron pounded from inside. "Please." Mara arrived behind us, breath hard. "Keys." "Not ours," I said. Leo was staring at the chain. "Bolt cutters," he said. "Garage," I said. "Loading bay." The intruder could still be there. Aaron hit the door again. We heard her breath hitching high and fast. "She doesn't have a coat," Mara said. The cooler temperature display read 38 degrees F. Safe for bodies. Not safe for a terrified woman trapped indefinitely. Leo stepped forward, then stopped, one hand on the cooler door. His breathing turned shallow. I could see him fighting the picture in his head. Dark inside, steel walls, no room, air getting used up even though there was plenty of air. "Leo," I said, "I'm okay." "You don't have to. Shut up, Caleb." He turned on me with a flash of anger that was almost relief. "Stop making me the fragile thing in the room." Then he looked at Mara. "Keep talking to her. Don't let her panic. Caleb and I get the cutters." Mara nodded. "Go." We ran for the loading bay. The hall seemed longer now, warped by emergency lights. My wet clothes clung cold to my back. My thumb had swollen badly enough that gripping the flashlight made my stomach twist. Behind us, Mara called through the cooler door, voice steady and loud. "Aaron, listen to me. We're getting tools. You're going to sit on the cot if you can feel one. Keep your hands away from the door." Aaron answered, but the words broke apart. At the loading bay, Leo grabbed the garage key from the hook. The hook was empty. We stared at it. Then a metallic scrape came from outside the bay door. Someone had locked it from the outside. Point of no return is not always a dramatic thing. Sometimes it is a missing key on a hook. Sometimes it is a woman trapped in a walk-in cooler, an active retort cooling wrong behind you, a family in the chapel, phones dead, cameras cut, and every door you trusted becoming part of someone else's plan. Mara shouted from the prep room. "Hurry." Leo looked at the locked bay door. I looked at the fire axe mounted in the wall cabinet beside it. The cabinet glass was intact. The alarm sticker on it was old and peeling. I drove my elbow through it. The glass broke inward, bright and loud. At the same moment, the intercom above us clicked on with battery-fed static. A distorted voice whispered, not mine this time, "Don't open the cooler." Leo reached for the axe anyway. And from inside the prep room, Aaron stopped screaming. Leo took the axe from the cabinet with both hands. The intercom hissed above us. "Don't open the cooler." It said it softly, like advice. Then it clicked off. For 1 second, neither of us moved. The loading bay emergency light painted Leo's face in red and shadow. Broken glass glittered on the floor between our shoes. Beyond the bay door, rain tapped at the metal, steady and indifferent, while somewhere deeper in the building, the retort panel kept giving its tired little warning beeps. Aaron had gone quiet. That quiet did what the voice couldn't. It made us move. "Caleb," Leo said, and swung. The axe hit the bay door's inside locking plate, not to open it, but to make noise, to test if someone was on the other side. Metal rang through the loading area. Nothing answered. He swung again. The blade bit into the old wood frame beside the exterior latch and stuck. "Cooler," I said. He wrenched the axe free. We ran back down the hall, glass crunching under my shoes, the handle of the flashlight slick in my swollen hand. The emergency lights made the hallway seem chopped into pieces. Red, black, red, black. The chapel corridor yawned on the left. The prep room glowed ahead. Mara was at the cooler door, one palm flat against the steel. "Aaron," she called. "Aaron, answer me." No answer. Ruth stood in the prep room doorway now, one hand pressed to her mouth. Her eyes had gone huge and wet. "My daughter," she said. "Please." "Get her back," Mara told me. Ruth heard the command in her voice and obeyed before I touched her elbow. I guided her 2 steps into the hall, just enough to keep her away from the axe swing. Leo planted his feet in front of the cooler chain. His breathing was shallow and fast. He raised the axe. "Wait," I said. He looked at me like I had lost my mind. "The warning," I said. "Are you kidding me?" "No, think. Why say don't open it? Because they want us not to. Or because something rigged." Mara went still. I dropped to my knees and swept the flashlight along the cooler latch. Chain through the rail. Brass lock hanging low, door gasket, handle, floor. At first I saw nothing except wet shoe prints, scuffed concrete, and the dark smear from my own mud-caked shoes. Then the beam caught a thin line running from the bottom of the cooler door toward the sink cabinet. Fishing line. Clear, taut, almost invisible. "Stop," I said. Leo froze with the axe above his shoulder. I followed the line with the flashlight. It ran under the prep table, around the leg, then up to the edge of the counter where the unlabeled urn sat now. Someone had moved it from the lower shelf. The urn rested near the sink, lid loose, with the line taped to it. If we opened the cooler hard, the line would yank the urn off the counter. At first, that seemed stupid, cruel, but harmless. Then I saw what sat behind the urn. A plastic specimen jar half full of cloudy yellow fluid, the kind we used for recovered surgical hardware before disposal. Its lid had been loosened. A strip of tape held a disposable lighter against the jar, thumb wheel jammed in place with a folded paper clip. Leo lowered the axe an inch. "What is that?" "Solvent," I said. Mara squinted. "From where?" "Maintenance cabinet. Maybe acetone, maybe alcohol." "It won't explode like a movie," Leo said, voice trembling. "No," I said, "but it'll burn and smoke. And if it spills near the processor dust," the processor sat under the counter, seems still dusted pale from the night's work. Bone dust, pulverized remains, paper fibers from temporary containers. Not a bomb, not even close, but enough dust and solvent and panic in a small prep room could blind people, set off smoke alarms if power returned, contaminate every surface, and destroy evidence we needed. Mostly, it would make us hesitate. That was the point. Mara's face went hard. "Cut the line." "With what?" She pulled a pair of trauma shears from the first aid kit mounted near the sink. Mara always knew where tools lived. Always. Even in red light. Even shaking. I took them, but my left thumb wouldn't work right. It had swollen badly now, purple at the base, and when I tried to open the shears, pain sparked up my arm. "Give them," Leo said. His hand brushed mine. Cold, sweaty. He crouched, slid the lower blade under the fishing line, and cut it. The line snapped with a small bright sound. Nothing fell. Nothing burned. Mara did not waste breath. Now, Leo raised the axe and brought it down on the brass lock. The first blow glanced off and gouged the cooler door. "Again," Mara said. He hit it again. The sound was enormous in the prep room. Ruth cried out from the hallway. The third blow split the lock casing, but didn't break it. Leo's face twisted, not with fear now, but effort. He gripped the axe higher and swung with everything he had. The lock broke. The chain dropped. Mara grabbed the handle and yanked. The door opened 6 inches before something inside blocked it. "Aaron," she shouted. A weak sound came from the dark gap. Leo backed away from the opening as cold air spilled around our legs. I saw what it cost him. His whole body wanted distance. His shoulders rose, his hands opened and closed, and his eyes stayed locked on that black seam like it might narrow and swallow him. Mara squeezed through the gap sideways. "Caleb, help me." Inside the cooler, the emergency release handle hung loose from its mounting plate. Someone had unscrewed it and left it dangling by one bolt. Aaron lay against the lower edge of a covered cot, half curled, one wrist zip tied to the metal frame. Her mouth was taped. That was why she had stopped screaming. Her eyes found mine, wide and furious and alive. "Okay," I said, though nothing was okay. We've got you. I pulled the tape off her mouth as gently as I could. She sucked in air and started coughing. My mom, she rasped. She's safe. Behind me, she said. What? She jerked her head weakly toward the back corner of the cooler. My flashlight beam moved past her shoulder. Alvin Brooks was supposed to be in the cooler on the left rack, tagged for morning. An uncremated case, sealed in a cremation container. The left rack was there, empty. At the back of the cooler, behind the transport cot, sat a black plastic contractor bag. The bag shifted. Mara saw it too. Out, she said. A muffled voice came from inside the bag. Not a whisper, not static, human. Leo appeared in the doorway. What? Someone's in here, Mara said. We freed Erin's wrist with the trauma shears. Her skin was red where the zip tie had cut in. She couldn't stand at first. Her legs shook too badly. I got an arm under her shoulder, and she grabbed my shirt like she hated me and needed me at the same time. As we got her through the cooler door, the contractor bag thrashed once, hard. Ruth screamed from the hallway. Leo stumbled back, hitting the prep table. The loosened urn wobbled but didn't fall. Mara took the shears from me and cut the bag open from the top down. A man spilled out onto the cooler floor. He was alive, barely conscious, duct tape across his mouth, wrists bound in front of him, his face gray from cold and fear. He wore a navy work jacket with a stitched logo over the chest. Great Lakes Power SYSDMS. Had seen that logo on the generator service tag. He blinked up at us, eyes unfocused. Name, Mara said. He tried to speak through the tape. She peeled it off. Tom, he gasped. Tom Riley. Tom Riley was 53 male, a generator technician from Great Lakes Power Systems, stocky, balding, with a split lip and a swelling left eye. He smelled of cold sweat, diesel, and the plastic bag he had been trapped inside. His voice shook so badly the words came out in pieces. Back door, he said. He had a gun. Everything stopped moving inside me. Mara's eyes sharpened. Who? Tom swallowed. Funeral home guy. Lakeside, said check the transfer. Then hit me. Lakeside handled Maria Hernandez, I said. Tom nodded once, or maybe just trembled. Name, Mara said. I don't know, tall beard. Black coat. He took my keys, drained the tank after I topped it off, made me say the transfer was serviced. Tom closed his eyes. He was waiting for you to open the cooler. The retort panel beeped again. Then the building groaned. A low, metallic sound came from the retort room, followed by a puff of bitter smoke that seeped under the prep room door. Mara turned. Leo, he ran to the panel. I helped Erin into the hallway, where Ruth collapsed against her, sobbing into her coat. Erin held her mother with one arm and kept her other hand pressed to the zip tie cut on her wrist. Her face was colorless, but focused now. Shock can sharpen people for a few minutes before it takes payment. Do you have your phone? I asked her. In my car, keys. In the ignition, of course. Mara pulled Tom upright enough to sit against the cooler wall. Can you walk? He shook his head. Ankle. I looked down. His right ankle was swollen badly, foot turned at a slight wrong angle. Not broken for sure, but bad. Stay with him, Mara told Erin. Erin gave a dry laugh that was almost a sob. I was in the cooler 10 seconds ago. I know. Mara's voice softened for the first time. Glad you're out. He is. Aaron looked at Tom, then nodded. Another smoke puff rolled through the prep room door. Leo shouted, "Caleb." The retort room was filling slowly, not with thick black smoke, but a thin brown-gray haze that made the lights halo. The panel showed draft dropping again. Without generator power, without full exhaust, the suspended cycle was becoming a hazard. "We need that manual transfer," Leo said, "or we need ventilation. Padlock S still on. Bolt cutters. Garage key S gone. Bay door locked." He looked toward the office. Aaron's car. What? Trunk. She might have tools, tire iron, anything. Mara stepped in behind us, coughing once into her sleeve. "No one goes outside alone." As if summoned by that sentence, the chapel exterior door slammed. Not from wind. A human slam. The three of us turned toward the hallway. A man's voice called from reception, loud and smooth. "Ruth, Aaron." "Mrs. Kessler." Aaron's head lifted in the prep room doorway. "That S. Paul," Mara whispered. "Who is Paul?" "Paul Decker," Aaron said. 48 male. Lakeside Funeral Home. He handled Dad's transfer. Paul Decker appeared at the far end of the hallway in the red emergency light, range shining on his black overcoat. He was tall, broad through the shoulders, with a neat dark beard and the solemn face of a man who had practiced sympathy in mirrors. In one hand, he held Aaron's phone. In the other, a small black pistol pointed down toward the carpet. "Not raised. Not yet. Everyone stay calm," he called. "This has gone farther than it needed to." Mara stepped into the hall before I could stop her. "Put the gun down, Paul," he smiled sadly. "Mara, I don't want anyone hurt. You locked a woman in a cooler. She wasn't supposed to go outside. You taped her mouth. She screamed." The simplicity of it made Aaron flinch like he had touched her again. Paul's gaze moved past Mara to me. "Caleb, you complicated this." "I did. You checked things too closely." My mouth was dry. "Sorry, occupational habit." Leo made a tiny sound behind me, not humor, fear trying not to become panic. Paul lifted the gun slightly. "Where is the 1191 container?" Mara said. "Why?" "Because it belongs to Lakeside." "No," Mara said. "Human remains do not belong to a funeral home." His face hardened for the first time. There it was, the grief mask slipping. "They were not supposed to be here," Paul said. "Your facility accepted an off-book case." Caleb signed. "I didn't sign anything," he shrugged. "The paper says different. The voice note says different. You faked those. I preserved a record." "A record of what?" He glanced toward the retort room as another alarm sounded, lower now, angrier. "We don't have time for a seminar." Mara kept him talking because Mara understood procedure, and hostage situations share one rule: time changes outcomes. "Tell me what happened to Daniel Kessler," she said. Paul's eyes flicked to Ruth. The old woman stood behind Aaron, trembling. "Daniel is fine," he said. Ruth made a strangled sound. Mara said, "Meaning?" "Meaning his remains are in the unlabeled container." Aaron gripped the doorframe. "You switched my father." Paul's face arranged itself into pity. "I protected him from being mixed into evidence." "What evidence?" I asked. He looked at me then, and the hate was personal, though I had no idea why. "Case 1191 was a problem before it reached you." "Maria Hernandez," Mara said. He did not answer. Tom groaned from the cooler behind us. "Not Maria." Paul's head snapped toward the prep room. He's alive. Mara used that half second. She knocked the wall fire extinguisher off its bracket and discharged it down the hallway. White powder exploded between us. Paul shouted. The gun cracked once. Not loud like movies. Smaller, sharper, final. The bullet hit the wall beside the prep room door and threw plaster into my face. Leo grabbed my shirt and pulled me down. Mara ducked behind the reception corner. Erin screamed. Ruth screamed with her. The retort alarm blared over all of it. Move, Leo shouted. The extinguisher cloud filled the hallway, making everything white and bitter. My eyes burned instantly. My throat seized. I crawled backward into the retort room, dragging Leo with me, or maybe he dragged me. Hard to tell. Paul coughed somewhere in the cloud. Another shot. This one hit metal. The retort panel sparked and went black. Retort 2's alarm died. For one breath, the sudden loss of sound was worse than the noise. Then smoke began to push from the top service seam of retort 2 in a steady, ugly ribbon. No, Leo said. Mara shouted from the hall. Caleb. Paul appeared through the fading white cloud, gun up now, eyes streaming from the powder. He aimed toward the prep room, toward Erin, Ruth, Tom. I did the only thing near me. I grabbed the long ash rake from the retort tool rack and swung it into the side of his knee. The sound was dull and wet. Paul went down hard, firing as he fell. The shot hit the overhead light cage. Glass rained down. He screamed, clutching his leg. The gun skittered across the concrete toward the retort room floor drain. Leo kicked it away before Paul could reach. Paul rolled onto his side, trying to get up, but his right knee bent wrong. I had not broken it cleanly. I had done something worse and messier, something with ligaments and weight and immediate consequence. His face had gone red with pain. Mara came out of the powder cloud and hit him with the empty extinguisher. Once, in the shoulder, not the head. He dropped flat. Zip ties, she said. Erin stumbled from the prep room, still coughing, and threw the cut zip tie pieces at her. He used them all. Leo yanked his belt free. I grabbed Paul's wrists. He fought hard, harder than he should have been able to with his leg ruined, and his fingers clawed across my swollen thumb. Pain flashed white. I nearly let go. Mara put her knee between his shoulder blades. Don't. Paul spat powder and blood onto the concrete. You don't know what you're covering. Then tell us, Mara said. He laughed once, choked. Too late. From retort 2 came a loud metallic pop. All of us looked. Smoke thickened. The service seam glowed faintly where it should not glow. The machine was too hot, undervented, damaged by the shot, and no longer monitored by a functioning panel. Leo grabbed the gun with a rag and slid it behind the tool cabinet. We have to ventilate. How? Mara asked. Loading bay door. Locked. Axe. Paul laughed again. Bay door won't help. I looked at him. He smiled through blood. The intake wasn't the only thing taped, Leo said. Roof stack. My stomach dropped. If the upper stack screen was blocked too, then the retort room was becoming a box with heat and combustion gases, and nowhere reliable to send them. The building might not explode. This wasn't that kind of story, but we could absolutely choke. The room could absolutely become unsurvivable. Evidence could burn. Families could die in a chapel attached to a crematory. and Paul Decker could leave the narrative in handcuffs or a body bag, depending on how fast we moved. Mara pointed at me. "Get them out." "Front door," I said. Now Aaron and Ruth could move. Tom couldn't. Paul couldn't. Maria Hernandez was still in the machine. Daniel Kessler's remains were somewhere in an unlabeled urn. Case 1191 was still unknown. The conflict was not solved by putting Paul on the floor. It had only changed shape. Leo grabbed the axe. "I'll open the bay." "No," Mara said. "You go roof." His face emptied. The roof ladder was outside by the loading bay. Caged, narrow, wet. It led to the stack platform where the top screen could be cleared manually. Leo looked at me. For once, I did not try to protect him. "Can you do it?" I asked. His throat worked. "Yeah, not confident, true enough." "I'll break the bay," I said. Mara nodded. "I'll move the family." Paul twisted under her. "If you open the stack, you burn the proof." Mara leaned close to his ear. "Then I hope you made copies." We split. Mara got Aaron and Ruth through the front reception door into the rain. Ruth resisted until Aaron put both hands on her face and said, "Mom, move or I die here with you." That worked. Grief understands bargains when politeness fails. I went to the loading bay with the axe. My thumb made every grip sloppy. The first swing hit the door bar and bounced. The second splintered the wood frame around the side latch. The third sent pain from my thumb to my elbow and made me gag. I changed hands and swung lefty, ugly and weak, until the frame cracked enough to shove the door open 3 inches. Rain air came through the gap. Beautiful, cold. I drove my shoulder into it. Once, twice. On the third shove, the exterior latch tore loose, and the loading bay door burst open. Fresh air rolled in. Behind me, the retort room smoke crawled lower. Outside, Leo was already on the ladder. He had the flashlight in his teeth and one hand white-knuckled around the wet rung. The cage closed around him by the third step. He stopped there, shoulders pressed narrow, head tilted down. "I can't," he said around the flashlight. I stepped into the rain. "Leo, I can't." Smoke pushed through the open bay behind me, thinning as it met the cold air. Not enough. The stack still needed clearing. Up on the ladder, Leo shook so badly the metal rattled. I could not climb fast with my thumb. Maybe I could climb anyway. Maybe I'd fall. Maybe both of us would. "Leo," I said, "look at me." He did. "You don't have to be okay in there. You just have to move." His face crumpled with anger. "That's not helpful." "I know." He laughed once, breathless and terrified. Then he climbed. Rung, then another. The cage swallowed him. He made it to the platform by sounding like a man drowning on dry land. I heard every breath, every curse, every scrape of boot on metal. At the top, he disappeared behind the stack. "Leaves," he shouted. "Tape, more tape, pull it." "I am." Below, Mara dragged Paul toward the loading bay threshold with the help of Aaron, who had come back despite being told not to. Tom hobbled behind them, using a broom handle as a crutch, his face gray with pain. Ruth stood outside under the portico, crying into Aaron's phone now that it finally had one faint bar. I heard her say, "Police. We need police. Northridge Crematory, please." The word police sounded unreal and ordinary at the same time. Above us, Leo shouted. The stack gave a sudden coughing roar. A column of smoke belched upward into the rain, dark at first, then thinning as the draft caught. The retort room exhaled. The pressure changed so fast my ears popped. Leo leaned over the platform railing and vomited into the grass. Then he started laughing. Not because anything was funny, because he had done it and his body didn't know what else to do. Inside, retort 2 settled from angry popping to a harsh, damaged hum as the natural draft resumed enough to pull smoke away from the room. We still had no power. The cycle was ruined. The machine would need emergency shutdown, inspection, and maybe replacement. Maria Hernandez's cremation was compromised. There would be reports, investigations, explanations that would never satisfy her family. But the building was not filling with smoke anymore. Paul lay on the loading bay floor, hands bound with Mara's belt, knee swollen grotesquely under his trousers. He stared at the ceiling and smiled as rain blew across his shoes. Mara stood over him, extinguisher in one hand. "Who is 1191?" she asked. He closed his eyes. "Paul." His smile twitched. From the prep room, a soft sound came. A whisper. This time, none of us pretended it was supernatural. Mara and I looked at each other. We followed the sound to the counter. The unlabeled urn still sat near the sink. During the chaos, the loose lid had shifted. Under it, inside the temporary container, something vibrated faintly. Not ashes. A phone. I pulled on a clean glove with shaking fingers and lifted the lid. Inside the urn, buried in Daniel Kessler's cremated remains, was a cheap prepaid cell phone sealed in a thin evidence bag. The bag was dusted gray. Its screen glowed with an active call. Caller ID blocked. The speaker was on. A recorded voice whispered from inside the ashes. Caleb signed. Then a pause. "Case 1191 is not a man." Then static. Then Paul Decker's voice, much clearer and closer than before, not recorded, but live from the floor behind us, said, "Turn it off." Mara stared at him. He was crying now. Silent tears cutting clean lines through extinguisher powder on his face. "Who is 1191?" she asked again. Paul did not answer. The distant sound of sirens rose from the direction of Route 20, faint at first, then growing. Red and blue light began to pulse through the rain outside the loading bay. The conflict ended there. Not neatly, not cleanly, not with truth laid out like tools on a table. It ended with Paul on the floor, Leo shaking at the bottom of the ladder, Erin holding her mother in the rain, Tom Riley slumped against the wall, clutching his ankle, Mara standing over an urn with a phone hidden inside it, and me realizing that the ashes had never been whispering. Someone had put a voice in them, and someone had gone to a lot of trouble to make sure we heard it. By the time the first cruiser came through the cemetery gates, the rain had softened to a mist. That detail stayed with me for months afterward. Not Paul's gun, not the urn on the counter, not even the voice coming through the ash. The mist, thin and ordinary under the blue-red pulse of the lights, settling on the maple leaves stuck to the asphalt. On the brass padlock we had broken off the cooler. On Leo's bent back as he sat on the loading bay step and tried to breathe without anyone watching. The first officer through the door was a state trooper, because Ruth had said crematorium and gun and my daughter in one shaking sentence. and dispatch sent everybody close enough to hear the call. Officer Grant Velasquez was 39, male, a Pennsylvania State Police trooper with a square jaw, wet hat brim, and the cautious stillness of someone who had learned not to trust calm rooms after violence. He entered through the loading bay with his pistol drawn low, saw Paul Decker face down on the concrete with Mara's belt around his wrists, saw the axe, saw the broken extinguisher cloud settling over the floor, and said, "Who has the firearm?" Mara pointed to the tool cabinet. "Behind there, wrapped in a rag." He dropped it. "Who moved it?" "I did," Leo said. His voice sounded far away. Velasquez looked at him, took in the powder on his clothes, the glass on his sleeves, the way his hands wouldn't quite stop shaking. "You hurt," Leo laughed once through his nose. Define hurt. Nobody smiled. 2 more officers came in behind him, and then fire, and then EMS. The building changed under their presence. That sounds comforting, but it wasn't at first. It became louder, brighter, and more procedural, with radios popping and boots tracking wet grit through the hallway, and people asking the same questions in different places. Where is the suspect? Where is the gun? Is the retort still active? Who is injured? Is anyone else inside? Mara answered most of it because Mara was still Mara, even with one sleeve torn and a line of extinguisher powder caught in the creases beside her mouth. Retort 2 is suspended and unsafe. Power is out. Generator sabotaged. Staff entrance compromised. Cooler contained 2 living victims. Possible remains misidentification. Possible evidence contamination. You need hazmat or coroner response before anyone touches the containers. A firefighter asked, "Ma'am, who's in charge here?" Mara said. "Apparently no one." That's the problem. Then she sat down because her knees stopped negotiating. They took Aaron first. She argued until Ruth touched her cheek and said, "Let them look at you." Erin's wrist was bruised and cut from the zip tie, her lips swollen where the tape had pulled skin, and the cold had left her fingers clumsy. She kept repeating that she could walk. She was fine. She just needed to know where her father was. A paramedic wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and guided her to the ambulance anyway. Ruth refused to leave the portico. She stood under a firefighter's coat, with both hands wrapped around a paper cup of coffee somebody had given her, staring at the building as though it might rearrange itself while she blinked. When they asked if she had chest pain, she said no. When they asked if she felt faint, she said no. When Aaron called for her from the ambulance, Ruth turned instantly and went to her. That was the first merciful thing I saw all night. Tom Riley went out on a stretcher. His ankle was fractured in 2 places, and his split lip needed stitches. He told his story 3 times before they loaded him. Paul Decker had met him at the rear service, gate around 7, claiming Mara had called about a generator issue. Tom knew the layout because he had serviced Northridge before. Paul had a key card that opened the staff entrance. That mattered later. At the time, all it did was make Mara close her eyes. Leo refused the ambulance until a paramedic shined a light in his eyes and asked him what year it was. He answered correctly, but too slowly. Smoke exposure, panic, vomiting after the latter, glass cuts on both forearms, bruised ribs from hitting the hallway wall. They sat him on the back bumper of the ambulance beside Aaron and put oxygen under his nose. He kept trying to take it off. "Leave it," Aaron said. He looked at her. Ed, "I'm not saying thank you while you're actively being stupid." He left it on. My thumb was dislocated and fractured at the base. I did not know that until a paramedic touched it, and I made a sound that embarrassed me. They splinted it, cleaned powder out of a cut on my cheek from the bullet-struck wall, and kept asking whether I had inhaled smoke. I kept saying I was fine. Mara walked past me while an EMT wrapped my hand and said, "You're banned from that word." Paul Decker left last. They took him out under guard, strapped to a backboard because of his knee. He had torn ligaments, maybe worse. His face was streaked white and red from powder, rain, and blood. As the officers carried him through the loading bay, he turned his head enough to look at me. Not at Mara, not at Ruth or Aaron me. "You still signed," he said. Trooper Velasquez put a hand on the board near Paul's shoulder. "Save it." Paul smiled a little, even through the pain. He knows. I did not know. That was what made it work. The investigation lasted months, but the first version came together before dawn. Paul had worked at Lakeside Funeral Home for 13 years. He was trusted, which is the most dangerous credential a person can have in a business built on closed doors. He knew transfer schedules. He knew which families were too exhausted to ask the second question. He knew which crematories ran late, which supervisors were strict, which operators worked alone and drank too much coffee instead of taking breaks. Case 24-1190. One was not a man because it was not one person. It was a container holding commingled remains and recovered surgical metal from at least 2 prior cremations Lakeside had mishandled months earlier, maybe longer. Not at North Ridge. Not originally. The preliminary theory was ugly and practical. Someone at Lakeside had misplaced remains, substituted filler material, and stored the mistake until it became impossible to explain. Paul had tried to move that problem through North Ridge after hours, attach it to my initials, then destroy the most incriminating evidence during Maria Hernandez's cremation cycle. He did not expect me to notice the label. He did not expect Aaron to arrive early. He did not expect Ruth to come in person. He did not expect Tom Riley to survive in the cooler. Most plans look clever only when no one interrupts them. The whispering ashes were Paul's theater. The prepaid phones, the recordings, the calls to Ruth, the intercom fragments. He had hidden a cheap phone inside Daniel Kessler's actual urn to make the family panic in a specific direction. He had spoofed Daniel's destroyed number because grief makes people answer. He had used a recording of my voice pulled, we later learned, from our own training videos and intercom logs. I had recorded 6 procedural walkthroughs for new hires. Received by CR was my voice, chopped and cleaned badly enough to sound like something caught in dust. He had wanted everyone scared, disoriented, and arguing about impossible things while he shifted containers and set up a fire that would look like a mechanical disaster. There were still things I didn't understand, maybe never will, How long had he been inside before we knew? Who gave him updated access after Lakeside's contract changed? Why had his voice cracked when Mara asked who 1191 was? Guilt, fear, or just pain? By sunrise, the crematory was no longer a workplace. It was a scene. Yellow tape crossed the front doors. Firefighters ventilated the retort room with fans. The county coroner's team arrived with clean suits, evidence boxes, and expressions that made no promises. They sealed every urn, every label, every ID disc, every log sheet. They photographed the spilled remains on Mara's counter before collecting them grain by grain, as carefully as if they were handling a collapsed chapel. Darren Pike finally arrived at 5:18 a.m. in a wool coat over pajama pants, angry until he saw the troopers, then pale enough to look ill. "What happened to my building?" he asked. Mara stared at him. "Your building," she said. No one spoke after that. Northridge closed for 6 weeks. Then it reopened under court order with temporary oversight, new locks, new cameras, a new generator contract, and a retort technician who quietly said Retort 2 should have been retired years ago. Darren sold the business before winter. Mara stayed through the transition because families still had services scheduled, and because walking away from a mess offended her sense of physics. Leo did not come back. He told me that over coffee at a diner off Peach Street 3 weeks after the night ended. His forearms were healing under neat rows of scabs. He had stopped shaving his head, and the dark stubble made him look younger. "I keep dreaming about the ladder," he said. "That makes sense. I hate when people say that. Sorry. No, I mean, it does make sense. I just hate it." He looked out the window at traffic moving through a gray, eerie afternoon. Then he said, "I wasn't brave. I almost answered too quickly. Almost did the thing people do when they try to paper over the truth with comfort. Instead, I said, 'You climbed anyway.'" He nodded, not satisfied, but maybe able to put the sentence somewhere. He took a job later maintaining equipment at a hospital laundry facility. Big machines, bright lights, doors that opened from both sides. He sent me a photo of the first generator he serviced there with the message, "Full tank, no padlock." I laughed hard enough that my thumb ached. Aaron called me once. It was in December. Snow had started that morning, the wet, heavy kind that makes power lines sag. I almost didn't answer because I didn't recognize the number. "Mr. Rowe, Caleb is fine." A pause. "Okay, Caleb." Her voice was steady, but tired. She told me Ruth was living with her in Cleveland for a while. Daniel Kessler's remains had been confirmed through the metal ID disc found in the unlabeled urn, and the chain of records recovered from Northridge's duplicate system. Not perfect comfort. Nothing about cremated remains and paperwork ever is, but confirmed enough for burial, enough for a service, enough for Ruth to stop waiting for the phone to ring every night. "I hated you for about 48 hours, Aaron said. "I understand." "No, I don't think you do. I needed a person to put it on." "Still understand." She was quiet for a while, then she said, "My mother asked me to tell you she knows it wasn't your fault." I sat at my kitchen table with the phone pressed to my ear, looking at the splint I still had to wear when the joint got sore in cold weather. "What about you?" I asked. Aaron gave a small breath, almost a laugh. "I'm getting there. was more than I deserved and less than I wanted. Mara never apologized for saying my fear was steering me. She didn't need to. She was right. After the hearing, when the district attorney's office cleared me formally, and the forged sheet was entered as evidence, she handed me a paper cup of terrible coffee in the courthouse hallway. "You looked like hell on the stand," she said. "Thank you. You told the truth, bare minimum. You'd be surprised." She looked smaller outside Northridge, without the desk and the radios and the wall of files behind her. Not weaker, just more human. I asked if she was okay. She gave me the look she gave families when they asked whether cremation was painful for the dead. "No," she said, "but I'm functional." That became our version of hope. Paul Decker took a plea before trial: tampering with human remains, aggravated assault, kidnapping, reckless endangerment, firearms charges, a handful of fraud counts connected to Lakeside's records. He named one co-worker who had helped falsify old files, but claimed the rest was his alone. People like Paul always discover personal responsibility once cooperation becomes currency. Lakeside closed. Their sign came down in March. Northridge kept operating under a different name, though everyone in Erie still called it Northridge, because places keep their stains longer than their owners. I did not stay. At first, I told myself I was taking medical leave, then administrative leave, then time. That vague word people use when they don't want to say they are afraid of a room. The last time I went back, the new manager had asked me to collect my locker contents. It was late afternoon, not night. The building smelled of fresh paint and disinfectant. The front office had new carpet. The hallway photos had been replaced with abstract prints of leaves and water, as if nature could soften what concrete remembers. Retort 2 was gone. In its place was a square of cleaner floor where the new unit would sit. The prep room had been scrubbed until it looked almost unfamiliar. New intercom panel, new camera dome in the corner, new lock on the cooler door with an interior release handle so bright it looked accusatory. My locker held one spare polo, a cracked travel mug, an old pair of safety glasses, and the little notebook where I used to write down maintenance issues Darren ignored. On the last page, in my handwriting, was a note from 2 months before the incident. Intercom feedback in prep room again. Sounds like whispering when fan kicks on. Check wiring. I stared at that for a long time. It did not change anything. Paul had used phones, recordings, spoofed numbers, and fear. That was proven. The ashes had not spoken. The dead had not complained through plastic lids. There was no curse hiding in the processor dust. Still, I tore the page out and folded it into my pocket. Outside, the cemetery was bright with late sun. A groundskeeper moved between the rows with a leaf blower, pushing dry leaves into restless little swirls. Somewhere on Route 20, a truck downshifted. The sound carried across the grass, ordinary and low. I stood by my car and looked back at the building. For a moment, through the rear service window, I thought I saw a red light blink on the new intercom panel. Just once. Probably a reflection from a passing car. Probably. I got in, started the engine, and drove away before I could make myself check. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.